Oh, yes.
All right. Good afternoon. Today we're getting started on Pentiment. I've really been looking forward to checking this one out because I've heard it recommended so much, and I hear it mentioned in the same breath as Disco Elysium, another game that I really enjoyed. And I understand this is in the same vein in that we're going to play a character and we're going to try to unravel a mystery. Um, but rather than the kind of mid-conflict-esque setting of the Martinez, we are in a kind of monastic sort of setting. I'm not super familiar with which period or culture exactly, but I understand that this is all hand-drawn in the style of an illuminated manuscript. And it sounds like that's a real labor of love. So we're going to start checking that out today. Because this is an RPG, and I really like to immerse myself in stories like this as we go through for our first time. We're not going to do any, let's quick save and try this, and then we'll backtrack if it doesn't work. I hate that stuff. So we're just going to play the game, and we only get to reload a save if we absolutely die. So otherwise, we got to suck up our consequences, and without further ado, let's find out who we are and what's going on. I'd rather use the easy read fonts for this. I think it'll especially be easier to make it out on the, what's it called? On the recording or on the stream. Cool, there's an autosave, so I don't have to fret too much. I always like that. Good to hear. Get settled in. I think that is filler text from what I can tell. I'm moving a rock across the page. I'm erasing it. What we were right in the place of this. What a peculiar thing to start on. An Obsidian Entertainment production. Cursor get out of the way. I'm enjoying the music so far. Numerology. I wonder if this music score is the music we're hearing right now. The long finger points are odd. Looking at this game, the art of it, and all of that gave me cozy vibes, so I wanted to play it going into December. Oh, do we have a kind of mind palace? And the abbot said to me, Andreas... Let's see. So, is the abbot chastising us for being a flirt, being a layabout, or being somebody who's social. An underlined word we can click on to see the glossary. Oh. This function. Wait. I clicked again and it took me out of it. I don't understand. Oh, we can move around this. Brother Piero. Well, how am I supposed to... Oh! Our name is up there, Andreas. Okay, what's the value of accessing the glossary? If I can get to the... There must be something I can learn here, right? I'm not sure. Let's see. I think I'm probably a chatty sort. Brother Piero is such a source of wisdom and encouragement for you. Okay, so if I click this here, nothing really looks different. Left-clicking is putting me back into the moment of the scene. Indeed, the rule of the Christian contemplative life demands that the brothers not engage in idle chatter. I believe this is referring to the rule of St. Augustine or something similar. Ah, the rule of St. Benedict. Here it is. The rule of St. Benedict of Nursia is a book of instructions for monks living together under the guidance of an abbot. In the 6th century, the rule provides the principles for living a monastic life. I actually have it on my bookshelf. It was required reading for a class I took in college. Jesus Christ, what a pack of dullards. Be happy you're only stuck there for a few more months, Andreas. How did you reply to the abbot, Andreas? So, this is within our mind. I replied that the rule was for him, not for me. I'm an artist, not a monk. His calling is to God, yours is to your labor, and the illumination that it brings. It's the abbot's house, so everyone has to play by his rules, or rather, the rule. So I would take these figures within our mind to be kind of aspects of influences upon us. So we've got Socrates, this fellow here is a saint. He's got the halo about him. And although he appears a trickster, he's respected. So we've got Prester John, Socrates, and Beatrice, and this saint, who are informing our own opinions about what we've done. And then you'll return to Nuremberg, where marriage and your new life as a master await you. Yes, marriage to someone he's never met, hardly ideal. Well, the alternative is becoming a philosopher. Oh, Jesus. It's Saint Grobine. You should definitely get married. Is she pretty, at least? It is growing late. The wheel of time stops for no man, Andreas. I fear you must leave us. Ah, true, your majesty. Will you visit us again soon? I don't know. Until next time. Pay no mind to the other fools. Oh, but there are so many fools worth paying mind to. Look at this guy. John wants you to endure the abbot's shit, but since I take you home, I get the last word. Don't let him run you ragged, boy. I don't want to be a troublemaker. That's no way to think about it. You need to stand up for yourself. Would you please? He's gonna do it again. Might be able to reflect on that a bit. Oh, I'm blocking something precious. Move myself out of the way. Good morning, Ursula. She can't talk properly. Time to get up. The Baron, April 1518. Journal tab to access quests. I love. Okay, this interface for the pause menu is cool. Another day, another few pages for the abbot, and hopefully a few for myself. I need to get across town and head up to the abbey so I can start work. What do I have here with me? The Picatrix, Key of Solomon, the Heptaramon. Prior Ferenc keeps giving me all these books to read. I see. So this individual is Prior Ferenc. That's what I'm getting out of the glossary. We're not going to bed. So that's how we transition. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Quite well, thank you. I'm so glad to hear it. Anyway, I know you'll be off to the Abbey, so I packed you some food. Almonds, cheese, and some of the rye you like from the Albans. Otto wanted me to ask you to join him for dinner at the Abbey. What does Otto look like? Got it. It's kind of a long hair, green tunic. Otto stopped by. Yes, around dawn. I wonder if that's going to matter. Otto was here at dawn. Here you are, Andres. Many thanks. It wouldn't be too much trouble, could we... Next month's rent today. And if they raised it... Groschen is the currency. Type of fixed silver coin minted throughout the Holy Roman Empire. Groschen are typically worth 12 pfennigs, may be minted at different values. Sounds like a lot. They're 2 months behind on their taxes to the Abbey. I want to be gracious. Oh, what is this thought bubble? Rent wasn't due until the beginning of May. So these are the influences within our mind. I must take the consequences of inaction into account. If I don't give them this money, what will happen? I'll see what I can do. Thank you, Socrates. Good advice. Saint Luke bless you for helping us out. Christian evangelist and patron saint of artists and physicians, often portrayed by a winged bull. been 2 months here. Slowly, I'm afraid. Most of my days are spent doing work for the Abbey. It's only during the Divine Office that Prior Ferenc allows me to work on my masterpiece. What is the Divine Office? Prayer times observed by all Christian monastic orders. Monks and nuns pray together 7 times a day and once at night, as dictated by the rule of St. Benedict. A reasonable restriction, but slow going. The city council doesn't require it to become a master. I'm making it mostly to show clients, and for my own sake. And yes, when I do finish, I'll go back to Nuremberg, where I will marry and open a workshop of my own. From Nuremberg to a university, and now traveling the world as an artist. What a life you have ahead of you, Master Andreas. Yes, I suppose it does feel like I'm starting a new chapter in my life after... interesting. I'm going to go with some wandering. Must be rather frightening, starting all over again. It is, but now I know that this is what I want to do. This will be remembered. Interesting. Not many people get to decide that. I wouldn't choose to act in a way or define myself simply out of obligation to live up to a family standard. I would have to want it. Anyway, I don't know anything about art, but I've seen you sketching such beautiful things in your little book. Your masterpiece must be wonderful. An artist is never this proud in my experience of what they're working on. Artists are always their biggest critics. It's hard to say until it's done. It's no way to think about it. I'm sure it'll be a treasure when it's finished. Now, I have to get back to my own work. Have a good day at the Abbey, Andreas, and we'll see you at Vespers for summer. At Vespers for supper. Okay. Monastic hour at dusk, one of the major prayer hours. Not tonight, thank you. Clown Drucker invited me over for supper. Of course. Please say hello to the Druckers for her. Of course. Until later, Clara. I don't think I have anything else to speak to him about. I need to make my way across town, then. Okay, my movement is only along this path, it seems. I don't move up and down. Andreas? God bless you. Andreas. Oh, yes, Andreas. The weather's been going awful. This town's going to shit since my days. Were things very different when you were young? It's different as beer and piss. The old abbot didn't bother us much about our customs. He didn't mind if we left a little offering to Perchta to keep the skies clear, the weather fair. Matthias knew that Christ was in our hearts even if the White Lady's name was on our lips. I'm gonna lapse Irish a bit, I think. Let's see. We could learn about St. Moritz. Heh, sharper than you look, eh? The saints weren't the first to watch over Tessing. My father knew that. Old Rannig Kemper knew that. That bastard abbot may not like it, but some of us keep the traditions alive. What do these traditions entail? When you get up in the night to take a piss, go around the right side of the house and never go back the same way. That way the witches don't steal your soul. How interesting. I should go. Each time, God is written in last and in red. Even though it's not the last thing said, it has weight. I suppose for some of the people here it's new. Morning, Andreas. Morning, Big Jorg. How's it going? You working today? Just taking a rest for the bit. Dad's still in the field. He hit a big rock with the plow, and it took me Lord knows how long to pull it out. You off to the Abbey? Every day but Sunday. Right, thank God for Sundays. It smells like a storm's coming, no? Huh. Just smells like fresh alpine air to me. You've been traveling too much. Where was it you spent your wander there before you came to Dassing? Might be Wander Year. It's probably Wander Year, wandering years, during which a journeyman artist or craftsman travels far and wide to improve their skills. Alright, pick a background that will affect your character's choices going forward. Press and hold to confirm. In Basel, knows some Italian and French, and can reference cultural touchstones from Basel and nearby Bern, Zurich, and Freiburg. Andreas knows some Dutch and French, cultural touchstones from Antwerp, Bruges, and Ghent. Knows Italian, a little Greek, and can reference cultural touchstones from Florence, Venice, and Milan. I'll go with Italian. Italy. Florence for a while, but Venice and Milan as well. No wonder your senses are dull. You've been down there too long. Spend enough time in these mountains and you'll be able to smell a storm coming. How long will that take? 10, 15 years. I don't think I have that long, Big Jorg. What do you spend all that time in Italy doing anyway? I see. If my background's coming into play in dialogue, it'll display that icon. Well, in art, I mean. Ah, what else did I do? Hedonism. Craftsman lives to work, dedicates all his time to his art. Spends all of his non-working free time finding and reading as many books as he possibly can. Penchant for getting involved in petty schemes, pranks, minor crimes, and fistfights. Or devotes much of his time to self-promotion, optimizing business expenses, making investments, and balancing his books. I'm leaning between bookworm and craftsman. I feel like craftsman would be too single-minded. I'll go with bookworm. Reading mostly, and talking about books. I couldn't get enough of it. Venice is filled with incredible printers. Florence continues to illuminate beautiful manuscripts. And the books they produce are treasures, every one. I didn't realize that books meant that much to you. I've seen Father Thomas's Bible and a few other books. I haven't had much use for reading, though. Anyway, I have to get going. Jorg, let's go. Dad's already acting like I'm taking too long, even though I did all the work to get that rock out. See you later, Andres. Until later. Can I... Oh, I can WASD move. Oh, and shift can toggle walking if I want to walk. And space can interact there. Alright. Oh, Andreas, good timing. You have a moment to lend me a hand? Of course. Wonderful. Got too many irons in the fire. Or rather, shoes. Horseshoes. I miscounted how many I put in. Now I need a hand, else they'll overheat and I won't be able to work the metal. Here, take the shoe and the tongs. Put the hot part of the shoe on the anvil and I'll hit it with the hammer. Alright, simple enough. Good, good. Next one. Ah, well done, see? Short work. Thanks for the help, Andres. I don't know what I was thinking doing all those at once. Sure would be nice to have someone to help me out here every day. Have you considered an apprentice? I have. None of the boys in the village seem interested. Keep at it. I bet you could get Bert Drucker. Ah, Fowls would have my head if I tried. Anyway, I don't want to take up any more of your time. I'll see you and Otto up by the Abbey guest house for dinner. Until then. Interesting. There are a number of sheep. Martin, please, can you give me a hand here? What do you want? I'm keeping an eye on them. That looks a lot like standing there and doing nothing. Martin, for Christ's sake, help your cousin. Morning, Andreas. Excuse us. One of the fence rails fell and the sheep started hopping it. Oh, there's a thought. Should I offer to help? Helping others also helps us. It allows us to feel useful and take satisfaction in our work. I'm on the feeling that Martin should be helping them a whole bunch. Hey, Lag Strike, thank you for the resub. Or the continued sub. Wait, that's presumptuous. I'm not close to their family. It'll probably take an hour or two to track them all down at this rate. Blood sacrament. Damn it, Veronica, what did I say about blasphemy? Sorry, Mom. Oh, look. There's something going on up at the Steinhauer's place. Huh. Who's that on the horse? Looks rich. I don't know, Martin, but Lucky's giving him an earful. Christ, I haven't seen Lucky that worked up since Peter and Clara's wedding, and Johann pulled his pants down. What was Johann? Okay, Johann was the, oh no. Johann is this fellow, and this is, Peter and Clara, who are married. Knocked two of my man's teeth out. You don't want to feel the strength behind a stonemason's anger. You think he's a noble? He looks really rich. Damn it, Martin, stay out of trouble for once. What, Aunt Hetty? Behave yourself. Don't we have enough to deal with right now? Andreas, if you wouldn't mind moving your skinny little body up the road, we need to get these sheep under control. Of course. See you later. Help your aunt and your cousin, all right? Yeah, whatever, Martin. Hendris Schmidt's Smithy. It's so much smaller than the one he uses at the Abbey. That's blocked by sheep. Can we go up this way? Can't get through these sheep, right? Oh, I can get over here. Church and Druckers. Seems like this is the way we're going. Using sheep to block routes early in the game is pretty good. Morning, how's it going? Wait, he talks with letter block. He talks through printing, not through writing. And it all presses into place at once. Good to hear. You still coming by for supper tonight? Murray and Bert would love to see you. You really need to see these new woodcuts I have for an Italian edition of Till Eulenspiegel. Till Eulenspiegel, the titular character of a popular 15th century book. Till is a prankster, continually exposing the vices and hypocrisy of others. He's also quite skilled at tricking people into smelling, touching, or eating his excrement. Alright. But I take it that Klaus is a printer. I didn't realize Father Thomas let you print books in Italian. Come on, Andreas, he's not that strict. I know he's just trying to protect people from adventure stories of questionable moral repute. He doesn't mind these so much, actually. I have no idea what kind of accent to put on Klaus. So, is Klaus Italian, perhaps? I mean, we speak Italian, so that might be maybe the initial appearance of things in that letter block was us translating the speech. As long as they don't get to Carnival. Oh. So, supper tonight after Vespers? Of course, thank you. Great. I'll tell Marie and Bert you're coming. See you then. See you later. God bless, Master Mailer. I hope your week is going well. Thank you, Father. It's going quite well. I'm just on my way up the hill to get to work. Good, good. Andreas, I don't recall seeing you at Sunday morning Mass. You understand how important it is for your salvation to receive Holy Communion, don't you? What did happen? I just stayed up too late on Saturday. I don't want to get into an argument with him about this. He has many duties. Father Thomas should appreciate how hard you work to help the Abbey. Almost everyone in town works hard, though. This isn't worth an argument. You don't have to make a promise to me, but our salvation is contingent on the... Yada, yada, yada. Oh my, what a blessed day to receive such an illustrious visitor. Master Malin, this is Lorenz, Baron of Rothvogel, a great lord from the countryside near Worms. Prosperous imperial free city in the western part of the empire, located on the Rhine River. Okay. Good to see you, Father Thomas. It's nice to be remembered fondly. I only wish all of your neighbors were as welcome. Well, yes. What brings you back to our little town? My wife and I were returning from a trip to Venice. We spent a few days in Innsbruck, and it was terribly dull. I mean, it has a certain charm common to these alpine cities, but the place was crawling with nobles for the Emperor's diet. The Emperor? Was he there? Did you see him? Oh, briefly, but he was sitting for a portrait at the time. Quite lovely. I didn't want to bother him or the painter. How was Venice, my lord? I lived there only a few years ago. Oh, fascinating. Well, the city's Jews now live in their own quarter in the north. If that's the first thing you bring up, that's a red flag. The city's artists are still producing wonderful work. Titian, in particular, is a god. No offense, Father. Of course. Anyway, my wife wanted to stay a bit longer in Innsbruck, and I decided to ride ahead to make a visit to Kiersau. I heard Father Matthias died shortly after my last visit, of course. I think that should be Matthias rather than the way I pronounced it. Before Father Gurno, widely respected by the monks and nuns, as well as the people of Tassing, known for his kindness and his love of books. Great loss for the Abbey and for us all. Indeed, by good fortune I recently came across a copy of the Historia Tassiae he was reading during my last visit, which I presume would be the history of the town, an account of the early history of Tassing. Kiersau's previous abbot, Father Matthias, had a copy. Baron Rothvogel brought another to the Abbey as a gift. Father Matthias was hoping to find a second copy to corroborate the contents of the first. It contains some fascinating details about the history of this place. I'm afraid they might even cause a bit of a scandal. Ah, yes. But I must be off. There will be enough time to discuss Tassing's past later. I commissioned a manuscript from the Abbey, though Father Gurno and I have come to check on its progress. Through Father Gurno. Oh, my lord. If you've come to see your manuscript, you should speak with young Master Mailer here. I don't want to misrepresent myself. This is important to me, becoming a master. Andreas is a journeyman artist from Nuremberg. The next few months, he's also helping in the Abbey's scriptorium. A Nuremberger artist working in an Abbey scriptorium in 1518. Oh, we should talk, Andreas. I must know the story. Surely my lord would find little entertainment or companionship in me. I have yet to judge the quality of your entertainment, though it sounds like we're off to a bad start. Thank you for the introduction, Father Thomas. I don't want to get too involved with this guy. I sense trouble. Come to supper at the Abbey tonight. I'm inviting you to the Abbot's table. Did the Abbot invite me? Oh, don't worry about it, Father. Just show up after Vespers. What he's going to do? Refuse us? Excellent. We will see you then. McLuns, I'm dismounting. Run ahead of us and take the horses to the Abbey's guest house. I'd like to take my time talking with Master Mela. I'll meet you there. At once, my lord. If I can find a way to work money out of this person, I can make that extra rent. So then, a journeyman from Nuremberg. Forgive me for saying so, but you seem a little old to not yet be a master. You said you were unmarried. No, I'm not married, but in truth I came to my vocation later than my fathers and brothers. I was in university for a number of years at Erfurt. Erfurt, wonderful. The same university as Martin Luther. Have you read his works? Tremendous mind. He says things about the church that should have been said years ago. Might get him into trouble, but he's a brave, brilliant man. Wait, you may have even met him. Did you? You must tell me. No. He was a few years ahead of me. Still, his ideas do seem fascinating. I agree wholeheartedly. I simply must meet him if I get the chance. I wonder if the good brothers of the Abbey have heard of him. Perhaps they've even read his list of 95 theses against the church. And of course, this is Martin Luther, from which, like, the Lutherans and the Protestants would come into being. Against the church's practice of selling indulgences. Written in 1517. I didn't know that was just a year ago. Father Matthias was not above having a lively debate. I hope Father Gounod does not disappoint in that regard. But enough about Luther for now. Tell me about your university studies. He does seem well educated. Ha, no. My family is merely wealthy enough to have provided me with all the books and tutors a child could dream of. I love all knowledge, from Aristotle and Cicero to Ficino and Erasmus, and everyone in between and yet to come. I may have misjudged the Baron. Seems he's as well read as any university student. In truth, I am simply happy to speak with another well-educated man. Now then, did you earn your doctorate? No, I didn't. Only a master's degree. I started working toward a doctorate, didn't finish. Oh, that's a shame. What was your area of study? Let's see. Either I can have a strong understanding of Catholic theology, biblical knowledge, canon law, heresies, and the same. The basics of fractured systems of laws that govern the various states of the Holy Roman Empire, or human biology, medicine, and illnesses. If I metagame the fact that there's going to be a murder, medicine could be very useful. Theology might help me with talking to certain specific people, but I think the one I'm most interested in actually is probably imperial law. Law. I suppose I thought I could practice it in Nuremberg. I never had much interest in the subject, honestly. A bit dull for my tastes. Besides, the Empire is such a mess of jurisdictions. Bavarian law, Rhenish law, Franconian law, nonsense. I'd rather use my money to pay someone who studied the nonsense than learn it myself. Exactly. You. If I had any faith, I would have prayed you'd never show your face here again. Curse you, Lorenz Rothengal. Perictor's dogs tearing you to pieces would be too kind a fate. Perictor, that was one of the goddesses here. Pagan goddess of the Alps, associated with animals and spinning wool. She's still invoked by some Christians in Austria, Switzerland, Bavaria, and Swabia. The rustic communities display a shocking lack of hospitality, don't you think? Maybe I'll pry. Who knows? By the time I finish guessing, the old crone will probably be dead. Well, what of your early time in university? Every student must study the trivium and quadrivium, yes? I don't know what these are. The trivium and quadrivium represent the lower and upper divisions of a classical liberal arts university education. Latin, grammar, logic, and rhetoric form the trivium. Arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy form the quadrivium. Okay, so these are general education courses. Did you have a favorite subject? Let's see. We could go with Latin. Logician instinctively thinks through the implications of information as he receives it, is adept at spatial analysis, and can easily perform complicated calculations in his head. Orator excelled at rhetoric in university. He is a skilled teacher, persuader, and public speaker. Occultist knows a soul-endangering amount of theoretical and practical knowledge on alchemy, astrology, theurgy, necromancy, and various magical rites and ceremonies. Well, that's exciting. Knows a great deal about the constellations, heavenly bodies, and their movements. Is also familiar with various plants and animals from study and personal experience. I can see if there's something like a poisoning going on. I can understand how we might become good at understanding that kind of thing. Um, if there's occultism that comes into play, we could know something about that. And this is just kind of interesting besides. Might make us more interesting to Lorenz. Um, an orator could also be very interesting. I think logician might be very interesting in terms of actually investigating later. Um, hmm. I'm going to go with logician. We're building a sort of version of ourselves that is very methodical and very logical and very smart. Logic, geometry, and arithmetic. Quite interesting for an artist. Was Aristotle's organon the foundation of your study? Yes, the organon for logic and Euclid's elements for geometry. The past few centuries have yielded wonderful new texts on logic. Peter Abelard provided the foundations of scholastic philosophy and established the primacy of Aristotle's work. The Englishman William of Ockham gave us the Summa Logica, arguing nominalism against Platonic realism. This, I believe, is where we get Occam's razor, if I remember correctly. Writings on faith and reason, the Summa Logicae, and I hate Platonic realism. And of course, Thomas Aquinas gave us the tools to employ both faith and reason in the pursuit of truth. Aquinas' works are better than the fans of Aquinas' works. An immensely influential philosopher, theologian, and jurist in the tradition of scholasticism. He wrote the Summa Theologia. All monks and friars, of course. A great deal of work to force Aristotle to fit within the Church's vision of truth. Is that so wrong? I question that these great men should have had to wrestle logic into what the Church established by fiat and force. And your other studies? Was there anything else you excelled in? Ooh, I get to pick two? Ha! If I get to pick two, I'm taking occultist. I used my access to the university's library to pursue more esoteric interests. Oh, esoteric how? Mystical texts, booklets on alchemy, invoking spirits, divination. Purely academic, of course. Of course. Of course. I started with Ficino's Corpus Hermeticum, and my interest only deepened from there. A 15th century Italian priest and humanist who was one of the leading figures of the Italian Renaissance. He's well known for his translations of the works of Plato into Latin. The Corpus Hermeticum is a compilation of 17 religious and philosophical treatises encompassing the soteriology of Hermes Trismegistus, or Thrice Great Hermes. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing some of those things correctly, but we're working through it. The centuries-old texts reflect Egyptian, Greek, and Jewish traditions and ideas, and were translated into Latin in the late 15th century by Marsilio Ficino and Lodovico Lazzarello. Quite interesting, Andreas. I'll make some time to speak with you more on this topic during my stay. I think I can trust him to be discreet. I look forward to it. Ah, there's the abbey. I have good memories of this place, and of Father Matthias. I was sad to hear of his passing. How did you come to know him? How did you come to know of Kiersau at all? My family have been patrons of Kiersau for, I don't know how many generations. Some years ago, I heard that Kiersau still had a wonderful library and artisans. Professional artists have taken over most manuscript production, so I was shocked to find an active scriptorium. This is as good a place as any to create art. Certainly. Well, I'm sure you miss the comforts of Nuremberg when you're stuck in a drafty old abbey like this. I do, but the abbot is paying good money. That's good for me, since I still appreciate the abbey's work. I commissioned a manuscript through Father Gernot a year ago. I thought I would stop by and check on the progress. Wait, are you the artist working on it? It's a prayer book with 20 illustrations. I know the work, but no. I do know the artist well, the venerable Brother Pierrot. How venerable? He still has his wits and his skills, if that's what concerns you. How old is he? Brother Pierrot has an incredible talent with color. Then I very much look forward to seeing it. I may have to measure how much of this I'm voicing through. It is going to tax me as I play. I can feel like the beginnings of... I'm going to be hoarse by the time this is done, and I'll have to space out how often I'm playing. Fences or horses in the baggage. I'm heading up to the abbey. Yes, my lord. I might break out some tea in a bit. Let's not keep the abbot waiting any longer. Nuns. Quite unusual for a Benedictine house to have monks and nuns, even if they are separated. Yes, it is. The church closed most of them centuries ago. But then Kiersau is a place out of time in more ways than one. We are acquainted, yes. Let's leave it at that. I believe this is the abbot. You must be Father Gernot. I am Lorenz, Baron of... Yes, the Baron of Rothvigel. So wonderful to have you here again. We actually did meet on your last visit. Ah, if you say so. I'm not good with remembering faces. Please forgive me, my lord, but I wasn't expecting you for another few days. Yes, I know, but I wrote ahead. I just couldn't wait to see my manuscript. I'm sure it's no trouble. Yes, I mean, no, it's no trouble. Did you want to see it now? Oh, in a moment. I could do with a bit of refreshment, though. May I grab something from the kitchen? Yes, certainly, my lord. I'll meet you there. I take it Gernot is maybe not so happy with this. Andres, I don't know what you were doing with the Baron, but I need you in the scriptorium now. Is this a bad time to ask for an advance on my payment? It might be a bad time. Then get to work. Yeah. Maybe I could just convince Brother Mathieu to pay me early. What have we here? God bless you, Brother Pierrot. No, wait. It's Master Mailer. I thought you couldn't see, Sister Marguerite. During the day, I can see some colors. How did you know it was me? You and Brother Pierrot both smell of the pigments you use. But you're taller, and you have another smell to you, like fish or burned almonds. Oh, that's old linseed oil, popular among the Italians, but Brother Pierrot doesn't use it. I'll ask Sister Gertrude about it. How are Sister Gertrude's herbs coming? It's too early to tell. Most of them won't be grown until May. Still, working with herbs suits me. Good day, Sister. God bless you, Master May. Paint badges from pilgrims. A reliquary containing the hand of Saint Moritz, which is said to have once held the Holy Lance. The Holy Lance is the spear of destiny, or the Lance of Longinus. It is the lance that pierced Jesus' side on the cross. Many legends surround the lance, and several places claim to possess it. Saint Moritz is the patron saint of Tassing. Legend states he was the Egyptian-born commander of a Roman legion who converted to Christianity. They were all martyred for their faith. God bless you, Master Mela. God bless you, Master Mela. How goes your work in the scriptorium? Very well, thank you. Oh, I guess you wouldn't be interested in the saffron Agnes Sterion received yesterday. What? Saffron, really? Where'd you hear that? Sister Matilda saw her at the Albert. Maybe you can convince Prior Ferenc to get some for your yellows. Good to know. How's Malfanga? She's around here somewhere, hopefully getting to the baby rabbits before Sister Matilda does. Sister Matilda looks like? Okay, she looks kind of stern, very cheekbones. Until later, Sister Gertrude. Bless you, Agnes. Maybe I'll see you by the shrine of Saint Satya one of these days. One of Tassing's patron saints, Satya was a local pagan who had converted to Christianity and miraculously aided Saint Moritz's soldiers with food in the dead of winter. He was martyred for her actions. So we can look at a map. Oh, I see. So there's a meadow that goes to the town, a stable, the guest house, the abbot house. I see there's the scriptorium as my destination here, but there's a lot. Interesting. And I can flip pages of this. Oh my. So we've got Tassing, Outer Tassing, Kersau Abbey, and a map of Europe that doesn't seem to matter much. Okay. Well, let me take a moment to check on where I need to be going. Okay. So that goes to the Monastery Aquarium in the left there. I'll be going all the way to the right through the church, probably through the dormitory or out through the back to the scriptorium. I don't think I need to wander around too much right now. I'm sure the game will direct us as necessary. God bless you, Andreas. Has your voice yet recovered from Easter Mass, Rudiger? Oh, yes. It was a bit of a strain, but a worthy sacrifice. Well, if the Lord could give us his all on Easter. Exactly. Have a good day in the scriptorium. Have a good day singing. Crypt, tower, dormitory, Old Bailey, sacristy. God bless you, Andreas. How was the sacristy today, Matthew? The same as yesterday. Does my vocation seem silly to you, Master? No, I was just being friendly. Then go in peace, friend, knowing that the Abbey's treasures are secure for another day. God be with you. I have a favor to ask you. Yes, Andreas. I was hoping you could give me my pay for the latest manuscript early. This isn't part of the agreement you made with Father Gernot. You'll be paid on the completion of each additional manuscript you eliminate. not before. I only have a few pages left, Brother Matthew. I'll finish them in the next few days anyway. And I think you can wait a few days to collect your wages. This abbey runs through mutual agreements, not haphazard payments. Breaking such contracts would cause undue trouble, not only for Curacao, but for Tassing as well. Is that why Father Abbot has increased the taxes on the Gurkhas? What is this about, Andre? What is this about, Andre? I would like to help the Gertners pay their taxes to the Abbey. Then plead your case to Father Gernot. It's his decision. The matter is pressing, Brother Matthew. In the name of Christian charity, isn't there anything you can do? Ooh. Ah, I see. So I have a bump for made friendly inquiry about the sacristy, and a knockdown for didn't admit the Gertners asked for help. There's an X, is that I haven't made it? I have failed. My sacred duty is giving me pause, Master Mailer. Speak to the Father Gernot. I have no problem paying you early if it's the abbot's will to do so. God bless you. I'll have to find Father Gernot, then. Is there anything in the dorm I should be aware of? Cloister. I should do at least some of my work for the day before I try and talk to Father Gernot. Talking to him early seems like a bad idea. I'm not sure if if our checks on things are handled via like a sort of dice roll, or if it's purely deterministic flowing from our choices. I presume these are both scriptorium doors? Yes, they are. Let's see. So we're working with Piero, Guy, Adok. I wanted to talk to Piero. Andreas, God bless you. So good to see you. Good morning, Brother Piero. Good to see you as well. I don't like this weather. My bones ache. It means a storm is coming. Big Jorg Gertner says that if you live here 10 or 15 years, you can smell storms coming. Brother Adok has been here long enough that we can always smell him coming. Do not forget, Brother Guy, the fate of the youths who jeered the aged prophet Elisha outside of Bethel. Are you comparing yourself to a prophet, Brother Adok? I am comparing you to an impudent youth whom the Lord, in his ineffable wisdom, may choose to strike down. Let's see. Yeah, maybe he's a smelly old man, but, like, he's an old guy. We don't need to be ribbing the old man. You're being mean-spirited. Stay out of this, Andreas. The old fart can defend himself well enough. I need no defense against the likes of you. God protects his faithful against the iniquitous. Well, everyone seems lively. I suppose that means Prior Ferenc is not overseeing us today. He was here, but then he heard Lorenz Rothvigel had arrived, and he's hurried out like a little mouse. Ferenc is so desperate to impress the abbot and nobles like Rothvigel. It's pathetic. You feign kindness to Father Abbot and our prior only to speak about them like this behind their backs. It's shameful. Oh no, Baron Rothvigel, his manuscript. I just realized that he will want to see his manuscript. How silly of me. Of course that's why he's visiting. Perhaps if you were younger and faster, you wouldn't need to worry so much about patrons' visits. Guy, someday you'll stand where Piero is, and a young monk will stand where you are now. Anyway, what's the problem? The Baron is just one client. He has to wait like anyone else. Andreas, Baron Rothergel is not like anyone else. Has powerful friends, including the Prince Bishop of Freising. There's no T in there. What is this turnip, man? Look at this. That is weird. I think a great number of these images I haven't been reacting to. That turnip sent me over. A religious and secular ruler of scattered territories in the Holy Roman Empire, including the lands containing Tassing and Kersau Abbey. Ah. Kersau is already out of favor. Father Abbot does not want to have to deal with more attention. Well, if Prior Ferenc isn't here, I'm going to work on my masterpiece until he arrives. Oh, that's right. I need to reference the Indermauer manuscript. Family. What do you want, Andreas? Book, the Indermauer manuscript, the Book of Hours. What is the Book of Hours? A type of illuminated manuscript that contains an abbreviated form of the prayers for the divine office, in addition to other religious text. Most are relatively plain, but wealthy patrons often commission lavish examples with elaborate illustrations. Your hair looks messy today. Did you get enough sleep? What do you mean? I mean, did you sleep alone, or... That's a weird question for a nun to ask. It would be nice to have something to think about during divine reading. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to chastise her about her religion. If she wants to daydream, that's fine. Could I just get the book? It's all the way upstairs. Can't you get by without it? I need to reference it for my work. Really? My feet hurt. The stairs are so steep. I was going to ask Illuminatia to get it. Sister Illuminata. Oh, don't pick on her. She looks a little sad. The variety of faces that's required in order to bring out personality in just the image of a series of nuns who do not have any visible hair, that's tricky. So they've done a good job of giving people all sorts of different faces, more rounded, more angular, more cheekbones, some with the the kind of pointy head bits and such. Sister Illuminata, I'd like to bother the Indermauer manuscript, the Book of Hours. Yes, I overheard. Here, please return it promptly. Thank you. Piero? Brother Piero? May I see how your masterpiece is going? Of course, your opinion is always welcome. Yes, the composition is lovely. There's a joyful spirit in your arrangement of the figures. The contrast of colors is also quite nice, rich and beautiful on their own, but not overpowering the scene. I like the interplay on the gold and blue over here on the flowers. I feel like something about the blue in the overarching area and the forest scene below might be too stark, or that the forest scene itself, there's the composition of like the two figures and the one figure setting apart as the trees are branching up. How could it be better? It's an excellent interpretation of someone else's work. What do you mean? It's all my work. Son, you're copying the illustration from the Indermauer manuscript almost exactly. What's wrong with that? Haven't I improved on it? Aesthetically, yes, it's wonderful, but I feel you've not given much thought to what it represents. Perhaps our Andreas is an artist with a very logical background who needs to learn to loosen up and put more of himself into his work. It's November. In November, we show peasants leading the pigs in the forest to forage on acorns before the slaughter. Andreas, the peasants here are no longer allowed to forage acorns in the forest. Many great lords and abbots across the empire have forbidden it, even Father Gernot. What difference does it make? This is the way November is painted. But it is not the way November is. Art is illusion, storytelling, but in their most sublime form, these images illuminate a path to truth. It's most important to me that my clients are happy. They won't pay me for truth. Yes, but with God's grace, this book of ours will outlive us all. What will it say to those who see it in the future generation, centuries beyond our comprehension? Some will gaze deep into your lines and paint to seek a deeper meaning. What will they find? But you need not listen to my opinions. They're just the thoughts of one old monk. There's no place for the monastic scriptoria anymore. In truth, this room is a place out of time. Why has Kirsal kept this up for so long? Some people, some places have a difficult time letting go of the past. I am not among them. The creation of books, of art, is no longer the province of monasteries. So be it. More people will be able to write, more will be able to read, and in so doing be brought to truth. I think there will always be a place for artists like you and Brother Adok. And Brother Guy. It's kind of you to say so, Andreas, but you need not be concerned for me. I've lived a long life, and I'm happy to have served the Lord. When he calls for me, I am ready. Ah, time advances as we work. Ah, where's the time gone? It's already terse. Too much talk. I must ask forgiveness for not honoring the rule. Until later, Andreas. Until later. Oh. That figure isn't the abbot, it's a bit unfamiliar. And that bears some resemblance to the occultism trait that I picked up earlier. What's going on in here? Wait, before I talk to her about that, can I look at what he was doing? Doesn't look like it. There are a couple items in the environment that look like I might be able to interact with them, but I can't. Only things that have prompts. Andreas, what was that noise? Oh, I'm sorry, Sister Illuminata. I knocked a bowl of paint to the floor. But then Prior Ferenc was the one. Came in, wrote in one of his books, slammed it closed, and left. He was in such a hurry I don't think he even noticed me. He was slamming books shut. Prior Ferenc should know better than that. Some of these manuscripts are quite delicate. I fully agree. Many contain precious wisdom that can aid even the unenlightened in growing closer to God. They should be protected and cared for. Which is why books should not be taken out of the library unless it's necessary for divine reading or work in the scriptorum. Did I borrow the Chronica Clara? The Clear Chronicle, a history of the universe from creation to 1082, written by the Irish monk Marianus Scotus. Divine reading is the thoughtful reading of and meditation on Scripture. The practice leads to prayer and contemplation. It is a daily part of life in the Benedictine communities. There are a few more books I've been wanting to borrow. You can't be serious. You want more books? I think Prior Ferenc has given you more than enough. Never! I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Let's consider. What does she want me to say? Ferenc just gives me those books. He hopes I have the same interest in the occult that he does and wants to talk about them. You should just say you don't know what she's talking about. Deny it. Then tell her the truth. She knows Ferenc is the one requesting the books. She wouldn't hold me accountable for something that isn't my fault, would she? I would rather not have it go to Father Gernot or Mother Cecilia. He just gives them to me and asks my opinion. That's between the two of you. My concern is only for the books. I can't give them out to just anyone. I'm not just anyone. I'm a trusted person. Oh right, you're not. You're not a member of this community. The brothers have their vows and vocation to guide their conscience. You could just wander off with half the library if I loaned it to you. I may love these books, but I would not run off with them. My concern for the books does not end at the library door, nor is my responsibility. Please understand that. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, what's all this fuss about Lawrence Rothfigel? Why is Prior Ferenc so nervous? Lorenz? I didn't know you were familiar enough with the man to use his Christian name. Anyway, I haven't dealt with him personally. The Prior and Father Abbot have. I only know that he's purchased a number of our most valuable manuscripts over the years, and he paid enough to help the Abbey when we needed it. Like what? What did he buy? I can't remember. You know, I have my own responsibilities to attend to. How about this, Andres? If you help me recover some missing books, I'll tell you what I know about the Baron. Of course, I'll help in any way I can. Thank you. It's for the good of the Abbey. Where should I begin? Out there, where you and your cohort have carelessly strewn books around the scriptorium. I will tell you what books I'm looking for, find them, and return them. The first two books are 2 volumes of the Aeneid. This is the legend of Aeneas, a heroic Trojan, written by the poet Virgil. Reddish covers, 14 inches by 10 inches, 3 inches thick. They are not his to keep. There's a fair amount of wear on these. I hope you don't mind. These volumes were old even when Piero started to make the copies. How long ago was that? 3 years. The Aeneid is not one of my favorite stories, but I understand why it appeals to Piero. Huh. Aeneas chose his duty to the gods over his lover Dido. Having the characters walk in and assume the stance of the other characters, that's interesting. Do you think Aeneas' sense of duty appeals to Piero? We all have our vocations, but Piero takes his more seriously than most of the others in the Abbey. You clearly take your chosen vocation seriously. Andreas, I didn't have a choice in my vocation. You women do. True, that doesn't mean women can't take pride in their vocations. In the City of Ladies, Christiane de Pizan defended women of all classes by showing their value to society. An admirable effort, but even if we do exactly as we're told, we are portrayed as vehicles of sin. Temptresses and seducers by virtue of our sex, even when men are the aggressors. Even in the Abbey, we must travel in pairs, lest we tempt the brothers or others. And here in these pages, Virgil casts Dido as Aeneas' seducer, though it was the gods that thrust her into his arms. Like Dido, we ordinary women are merely tools in the tales of men. We can never be the protagonists of our own stories. No woman is exempt from that, from the Empress to a nun. It is our law. I suppose I understand now why you're not fond of the Aeneid. It's fine poetry, for men. Now, books, if you please. I'm glad I was able to connect with this character's mentality. Thank you. Next, Wretched Garin. This is a printed copy. Green cover, diamond pattern. An Italian chivalric romance written by Andrea de Barberino in the early 15th century. The titular character rises from impoverished origins to go on heroic adventures and discover his noble parentage. I do not have the size in the ledger, but hopefully the description is enough. I know the one you're talking about. Brother Adok was reading. I believe it's right here. The beauty of this book truly belies its ridiculous content. I'm surprised the Abbey owns a copy. We don't. It belongs to Amadeo Rusco of Lugano. It's a Venetian edition. It's quite valuable. He loaned it to us 5 years ago. It was subsequently lost, and the abbot has received 3 letters about it. I've certainly seen the brothers enjoying it. That book is not appropriate reading for Benedictine monks. A baby is sold to pirates, raised a servant, then lives a life of adventure, wooing princesses and fighting in tournaments. You forgot the best part. In the end, Garin learns he has royal blood, the son of a duke. He reigns as a king and dies a pious hermit. What's not to love? Benedictines should be dreaming of reconciliation with our Lord, not lusty adventures. I suppose you're right. It's better suited for knaves like me. It's not my place to reprimand anyone for reading stories, least of all you, Andreas. Still, we must be on guard. Fantasy leads to temptation. Temptation has led to downfall of many men and women. Sometimes, yes, but books like this, it's all the same type of fantasy, isn't it? Die better than we are born. And what's the problem with that? Why shouldn't a peasant dream of being a king? There is neither Jew nor Greek, neither slave nor free, neither male nor female, for you are all one in Jesus Christ. We may be one in Christ, but we are not equal in this world. It isn't this world you should be concerned with, Andreas. But the book, Andreas. We must return it. Or would you like the abbot to receive a 4th letter? I'd hate to loan a book and never get it back. It'd be like losing a limb. Well, perhaps a small limb, or my little finger. Regardless of the size and importance of the body part in question, I understand and appreciate it. It's not my goal to deprive the brothers of their joy, or to return Amadeo Rusco's property. The book, please. There's only one book left, then you'll be freed from bondage. A dark red cover, 8 inches high, 5 inches across, 2 inches thick. I believe Brother Guy was reading it. Now that I think about it, Guy has always been guarded about this book, like he was hiding it. Very good. Please bring it here. What is this, anyway? Huh. Maybe I should have learned French at some point. What is this? Why are you asking so many questions? Just give it to me. I haven't asked so many questions. I've asked one question twice and you haven't answered me. Or I could say, I just love books too much. Considering the way, she's definitely a book lover, but she's somebody who is more proper about books, and she actually kind of resents, that she's been made to do this job, I think, and that the job has been made so unnecessarily difficult. I'm going to be logical with her. I have good reason not to answer you. Yes? 3 French bishops condemned the book. All copies were to be burned. Its authors shared the same fate. What? Why? I don't know, Andreas. It isn't my place to question the judgment of one bishop, much less 3. And before you ask, no, I haven't read it, but I know it contains a dialogue between love and reason. So the book is dangerous. When did the bishops condemn it? 200 years ago. So in this, she is love and I'm reason in the way we're being portrayed here. Why? Why is it still here? Because Father Matthias loved books. All books. He didn't want to see it destroyed. I can sympathize with him. That's fine, but Father Matthias is gone. It's not my place to question the former abbot's decision. When Father Gernot learned it was in our possession, he wanted it destroyed. How did Father Gernot even know the book was here? Mother Cecilia made a note of it in the inventory when she was the librarian. Must the book be destroyed? No one even knows that it's here. I do. So do Mother Cecilia and Father Gernot. Fine. Here, take it. Good. It's for the best. Thank you. Rather than preserving this book, I value my ability to tap Illuminata in the future. Now then, Baron Rothwigel, quickly though, I need to finish up here soon. I may have a limited number of questions. I think the Historietaciae is the most interesting aspect of this, and the one that she is most likely to have an impact on. He also mentioned that Father Matthias had a copy, and was looking for another to verify its contents. Do you know anything about the book? I've heard of it, but I've never read it, and I know little about its contents. The subject is broad, but I believe the book deals specifically with the Roman occupation of this land. What about that could have upset Father Matthias so much? I can't claim any deep insights into the former abbot's mind. I understood him to be a virtuous and charitable man, sometimes to a fault. It is not always best when an abbot considers himself a friend to his brothers instead of their shepherd. Could something in the book have led Father Matthias to a crisis of virtue? Virtue is only found in crisis. Without it, virtues are little more than ideals. So, perhaps there's merit in that idea. Well, I must be off to Mass. Thank you again for your help, Andreas. Wait, how will you get to the church if you can't enter the scriptorium? I thought this was the only door into the library. We are standing in the oldest part of the abbey, and like any old place, it has its share of secrets. That might be an important detail, that there is, more than one way out of the library. That's the bell for Sext. Brothers will be sitting down for dinner soon. I should see if Otto's around and still wants to eat with me. Otto is... Yes, I haven't met him yet. I think he's working by the guest house below the abbey. Well, we could go to the back of that in that way, but I'd rather not walk through the cemetery for no reason. There are a number of plants out there. Some of those plants might have interesting properties in some kind of position in the story. Let's see. We're going through. We could go through the refectory, but we're largely just trying to get to the abbot house. That would lead us through the large garden. Seems quite large. I wonder what recipes the brothers have for peas. These cucumbers are growing quickly. I'm sure whatever isn't eaten will be pickled. Cucumbers, turnips, radishes, lettuce. Ooh! Can I pet the dog? Yes. Good boy. So this door from the Abbot house to the lower abbey is actually locked. I'll have to go the other way around. Dance of Death mural. Father Matthias had it painted a few years before his death. It's beautiful. It's a big mural. Go away, Andreas. Can't you see I'm busy? I thought we could have a pleasant conversation for once. I wouldn't want that. I've got so many better things to do. Guess I'll leave you to it then. Whatever. Oh, there's Otto. With Endris. Good day, Master Mela. Hey. Ah, Andreas, good to see you. I trust Clara gave you my message. Afternoon, Endris, Otto. Clara did give me your message. Sorry I missed you this morning. I was still asleep when you came by. Ah, the abbot really lets you get away with anything, doesn't he? Leave him be, Otto. I'm hungry. Let's pray. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. 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 How did the morning treat you? Not too bad, thanks. I hurt my damned hand splitting timber to replace a bad beam in the abbot's house. Cheese first. It's not that bad of an injury. It just galls me that the abbot bleeds us dry. We're expected to do work here when it suits him. Oh, it's not all that bad. I get a lot of good work from the abbey. Casting pilgrims' badges isn't really smithing, but I don't mind. Anyway, I saw you walking with that Baron Rothvigel in the meadow on your way up here. What's that all about? He's here to check on a commission. I understand he was friendly with Father Matthias. He was, but Father Matthias had some misgivings about the Baron. He does seem like he has an unsavory side to him. You've got that right. He's been known to fool around with young women. He's married, of course. Otto, that's only gossip, and it isn't Christian to spread rumors like that. It's not gossip that he beat up that farmer a few years back, old Ranig. May he rest in peace. Well, I wasn't there, so I don't know. But if he did that, yes, it speaks poorly of his character. He didn't seem like somebody who would get personally involved. He beat someone. Doesn't seem like the sort of thing he would do. It's not my affair, not my affair. I can't speak to it. I wasn't there either. Should be either. But I do know that it happened. We had a long conversation on our way up here, but he didn't mention anything about that. What did you talk about then? I mean, no offense, but what does a nobleman have in common with an artisan? Martin Luther, my time at university, a variety of other things. He's quite well educated. Sure. I imagine you have a lot of time to read when you don't have to worry about where your next meal is going to come from. His bitterness and envy are not good for our Christian souls, Otto. It's not envy, Andres. No one should get away with what he does, what this abbey does. No offense to you, Andres. I don't have any problem with books the abbey makes. I mean, I never did learn to read, but if people are paying the abbey to make them, it doesn't bother me. No, I understand. I see why people resent the abbot's rule. He's a harsh lord. Oh, Otto, did you see that the Bauer's sheep escaped the grazing fields again? Good change of subject, thank you. No, but I'm not surprised. Martin was supposed to fix that fence and he probably did a bad job at it. He's always in a foul mood. He could be the laziest soul in Tassing. Can't even hold a hammer properly. Married and a father at such a young age, and he barely lifts a finger for his wife or child. On top of that, he's a damned thief. Before you say it, Endrance, that's more than just gossip. Look at him, over by the guest house. He's probably figuring out what he can steal with the least amount of effort. I admit he seemed less than helpful when I saw him this morning. I doubt he'll ever amount to much of anything. Speaking of the Bauer's sheep, their ewes are shorn, and the women will be spinning it soon, Otto. I got it, Andrus. No need to tease. What God wants to happen will happen. That seems like an oblique reference to something that I don't understand. Looks like a storm's coming. We should probably get back to it. Right. I'll catch up in a moment, Andrus. I can't help but feel that something is going to coincide with the storm. Oh, Andreas, say hello to Ava for me if you get a chance. Of course. I should return to work in the scriptorium. Until later. Back to work. Now, okay, the Abbot House is locked. Right. Oh, this is a lot of people. God bless you, Andreas. Hello, Brother Matthew. What are you doing out here? I thought you were aware that in addition to my role as Kiersau sacrist, I tend to the shrine of St. Moritz. He is the patron of Tassing and Kiersau both, so it is my duty to ensure his reliquary is well cared for. The shrine is always beautifully kept. Whenever I visit, I always leave inspired. The martyrdom of St. Moritz provides inspiration to us all. You're familiar with the life of St. Moritz, are you not? I've been reading more about saints from far off, when Sister Illuminata allows me a book, of course. I'm surprised you've neglected Tassing's patron then. He was born in Egypt. You ought to learn something about him while you're here. By all means. St. Moritz is most widely known for his martyrdom at the hands of the Romans. He protected a town of Christians from slaughter, and in turn, he and his legion were decimated. Wouldn't that mean he was a Roman soldier? Yes, he was a Roman citizen, and led a legion made up entirely of Christians into Bavaria. When he refused to kill the Christians, even though they were traitors to Rome, the emperor had his legion massacred. Most of the pilgrims who visit come knowing of only this, if anything, about his life. However, Tassing venerates St. Moritz because he was the one to convert the town and save it from destruction. St. Moritz came here. Indeed, he and his legion were snowed into this pass, and the townsfolk refused to aid them. The daughter of the town's leader, Satya, was moved in spirit and snuck from the town to convert. She led Moritz to a spring, and as soon as she was baptized, the snow melted, revealing all manner of fruits. Moritz and his legion were saved by these miraculous gifts. The town was converted, and the rebels fled into the mountains. What happened to Satya? She, too, was martyred for her faith by the rebels inhabiting the town. Now her shrine protects Tassing from harm. Thank you for the history lesson, Brother Matthew. You're welcome, Master May. God bless you. Until later, brother. Who are these people? Let's see. This guy's got a spoon in his hat. Wager he's a cook. Oh, hello, Andres. Hello, Carl. You seem busier than usual today. I'm behind in my work. I went up to the shrine of St. Moritz this morning to pray for his aid. The candle I lit had all but burned away. It was there so long. Now I need to catch up. Your dedication to St. Moritz is impressive. Oh, well, truth be told, I only started going to the shrine more often when Helena became pregnant. Her mother had trouble in childbirth, so I've been paying visits to Moritz hand and Satia's shrine to pray for their aid. I hope that the saints hear your prayers. Thank you, Andreas, so do I. Alright. Through the church. Let's get back to the scriptorium. Although, in terms of the journal, this might be a good time for me to talk to the abbot if I could find him. Okay. So I'll need to approach the subject carefully with Father Gurno. Where could I find Father Gurno? I'm in the abbey as a disciplinarian, and in the town as a harsh landlord, struggling to fund the abbey as the scriptorium no longer generates much money. It's good that I have these references to help me, but it doesn't seem like it's going to tell me anything about where I might be able to find that person. Yeah, the library must have a back door, despite the way it's described here. Okay, so the prior's house is connected to the scriptorium. So we can't access the abbot house, but we should presume that that's where both the abbot and the Morens are staying. Lorenz? Who's Lorenz? If possible, I'd like to find out what's going on with the prior. Oh? What is this? A Volvel? I've seen these before in astronomy and medical practice. What's this one for? It's got the 4 elements along the outside. 2 wheels. The top wheel has Greek letters and holes cut out to reveal Latin letters underneath. And the outer edge of the lower wheel is divided into 4 sections, each bearing an elemental symbol. Greek, Latin, and elemental symbols. It's obvious someone with occult interests fashioned this. A quarter turn of the upper disc aligns a different elemental symbol with the top of the lower disc. Four versions of the Latin alphabet. I wonder what it's for. A cipher of some sort. I need to investigate more. This has to be connected to something else around here. There's a note on the desk, and we may presume that this cipher is related to something in the scriptorium, because we saw the prior access a book earlier. Is that the prior? Yeah, that is the prior. Brother Adok, this work. I don't know where to start. Inconsistent spacing, rough strokes. You're working like you want to see this place closed. Brother Prior, I am working to the best of my abilities, and I dispute your criticism. I may not be fast, but I still have my talent, praise be to God. And Brother Guy, Why are you still on this page? What's wrong with you? Normally you're so reliable. Many apologies, Brother Prior. I will work harder. Piero, I can't believe this. Baron Rothvigel has come to check on his progress, and this is all you have? You should have finished this months ago. Is your mind so corrupted by age that you didn't notice the seasons have changed? Well, you're not one who will have to answer for it, so why should you care? Typical. Excuse me, Brother Ferenc, but I believe your point is made. Andreas, I will remind you that I am the master of the scriptorium, and you are a guest here. I agree, Brother Prior. Brother Piero's work is unacceptably slow. You're insufferable, Brother Guy. God give me the patience to endure this. Please, everyone, this is my work, and I accept responsibility for it. Prior Ferenc is right. Prior Ferenc, is this mine? It must be, yes? It is, my lord. I can explain. No, I don't want excuses. I come all this way, and to be honest, I expected more. It's nowhere near finished, and the style is, well, it's very old-fashioned. I thought I made my desires clear. I feel like my generosity towards Kiasao is being taken advantage of. Am I the fool in this sad story? No, of course not, my lord, never. We can fix this, of course, of course. We only want to accommodate you. Ah, Andreas, good to see you again. Let's see. If I say good to see you, Lorenz, that's a power move for sure. The abbot already seems annoyed. Just not to irritate the abbot. Greet him with his Christian name. You are brothers and comrades in art. I don't want to annoy the abbot, but let's be respectful. It acknowledges him respectfully without being overly familiar. Father Gounod, why not have Andreas complete the rest of the illustrations? He's clearly capable. Well, my lord, why not have Brother Guy complete it if speed is your No, I'm not talking about the script, that's fine. The art, the illustrations. I want Andreas to do the others. Of course, I mean, if Andreas is all right with it. Can I want to make the abbot pay me more for this. I should not be overly charitable. And I think Brother Lorenz, if he hears that I'm trying to work on my own thing, I think there's room for some appreciation then. But money and favor can flow from Lorenz. So I need to present a case to him. I shouldn't make it too easy. I am trying to finish my masterpiece at the moment. Andreas, you would do well to remember who it is that is making the completion of this masterpiece possible. All right, well, that didn't go anywhere. If it takes the pressure off Brother Piero, I'd be delighted to complete the work. There we have it. I hope this allays your concerns, my lord. Excellent. By the way, Father Abbot, am I still welcome at your table for supper? Naturally, my lord. Wonderful. I'd like Andreas to join us. I should cancel with the Drucker family. Being at this dinner will give me the position to get the rent for my homestay. That's more important than being sociable with the Druckers. Well, that would be quite unusual. Unusual or not, I doubt that my good friend the Prince Bishop would deny an additional guest at his table. What do you think? I understand. Yes, you're right, of course. Andreas may join us for supper. I look forward to it. Everybody in this room is uncomfortable. You. You had this planned. You must have put your hook in the Baron this morning when you ambushed him in town. That's beyond ridiculous. Listen to yourself. I would never, ever, ever tell somebody to go to hell in a church. Brother Prior, Andreas is not to blame for any of this. I am. Yes, you are. And you've embarrassed me, the abbot, and the abbey. Prior Ferenc is right, of course. No wonder we don't get more commissions. Guy, can you stop flattering the prior for 1 minute? I don't need to start more fights with Ferenc. And I don't care what Guy has to say about this. Brothers. If you please, Sister Zdena and I would prefer it if you could keep the noise down. It sounds like Samson slaying the Philistines in here. Of course. Back to work, everyone. Well, that was not wonderful. There's nothing to be done about it now. I'll finish my work here and wash up in the laboratorium for supper at the abbot's table. Let's see, we're making our way to the laboratorium. I see. It's down into the hallway. And over here. Andreas, I'm so glad you'll be joining us for supper, though the circumstances are unusual to be sure. I won't be able to speak with you, none of the brothers will, but it will be good to have you with us. That's a shame. I always enjoy our talk. Now, the same doesn't apply to you at the abbot's table. You can talk all you like. I believe, the rule, does not permit monks to speak while eating. Though, I wouldn't recommend it. Father Abbot does not look kindly on idle chatter. I hope I don't make a fool of myself. These men are far above my station. Anyway, I'm sorry for how the prior treated you. It's not fair. It's humiliating. Oh, no, my son. There's no need to worry about me or my pride. We all need a taste of humility from time to time to keep our feet on this earth. No, Andreas, you're my pride. I cannot claim to have taught you much, but I'm proud to have known you and your work. And when you leave all of us at Kirsau Abbey behind you, you can call upon your friend Lorenz, the Baron Rothvigel, to help you in your career. There's nothing wrong with your style. It's not old just because a nobleman says so. Don't trouble yourself over it. Time passes for us all. Things change. The future will write over the present. You need not fear it, any of you, so long as you remain true to yourself and God. Now, I must hurry to the refectory to join my brothers. I will see you inside. Okay, so this just leads back out to the cloister. Wait. This goes to the large garden. We're going to the refectory, which is over this way. Andreas, glad you could join us. Thank you, my friend. Father Gnome, Father Thomas, Prior Ferenc. This is Father Thomas, who we met earlier in town. Let's see, among the monks, there are some more that I haven't met yet. There are these two over here. There are these figures on the far right side. I think it's interesting that this person has different line work, emphasizing their foreignness. Simon Peter answered, "You are the Messiah, the Son of the living God." Oh, the Gospel of Matthew. Wonderful. Jesus replied, "Blessed are you, Simon, son of Jonah, for this was not revealed to you by flesh and blood, but by my Father in heaven. And I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overcome it." Have you read Matthew much, Andreas? I will nod my head. I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on heaven will be loosed, and loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. I see that the abbot, unlike the prior, is not eating. He's watching me like a hawk. Then he ordered his disciples to not tell anyone that he was the Messiah. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven. That reminds me, Father Gurnot, have you read anything by Martin Luther? I can't say that I... He has some incredible ideas about the church. Brilliant, I think. Nobody liked that. My lord, is the meal to your liking? I believe I remember you enjoying our quail on your last visit. The quail? My God, Father Abbot, the quail's fine. But don't you think Luther's ideas are worth discussing? He's talking about the future of the church, shaking things up in a way I don't think we've seen before. Father Thomas, you see values in his ideas, do you not? My lord, I mean no offense, but I do not. Brother Matthew, yes. How appropriate. What are your thoughts on Luther's attacks on the church's sale of indulgences? Baron, please do not involve the other brothers in this conversation. Fine, fine. What about Andreas? Certainly a man who attended the same university as Martin Luther can spare some thoughts on his work. Oh boy, this really put me in a difficult position. This is going to make it very difficult for me to get the rent out of the abbot. And I don't think I'm going to get the rent suddenly out of Lorenz. I am allowed to speak here because I am not held by the rule. Talking to him might give me an opportunity to find a means here, like a middle line. Regardless of what's happening to my host family, I think I need to be honest in my appraisal of Martin Luther's work. It meant progress for the church. It's important. Because the abbot will be furious with me, that's why. Ah, a debate. Excellent. Why not start with the 95 Theses? Enough. Andreas, you should know better. Lord Rothvigel, you are our guest and held in high esteem, but you have worn out my patience. You will not be discussing Luther's work with Andreas, Thomas, Matthews, or with any other brother. Is that clear? I suppose, Father. It is your abbey, but you're taking too much offense at this, and you're far too afraid of change. Whether it's from Luther or someone else, reform is coming to the church. You'd better accept it. What? Neither you nor Martin Luther dictate change to the Holy Church on their whim. This talk is beyond insulting. It's blasphemous, outrageous. How dare you? I see. I have overstepped my bounds, and I suppose I have ruined everyone's supper. My apologies. In spite of this unpleasantness, I will make good on my manuscript payment and the donation of my copy of Historia Taciae. If you cannot accept what the future will bring, perhaps it's time for you to come to terms with your past. Well, no need to overstay my welcome. Fathers, brothers, Andreas, good night. This is building up a bit of intrigue in the earlier thing. Why, Andreas? Why did you engage him? I expect better of you. Now then, I must ask you to leave so I can speak to the brothers in chapter privately. Brother Piero, please accompany Andreas out. I will take my leave as well. Good night. I would like to explain myself to him later, but don't worry about Father Gernot and the Baron. I'm sure it will all be fine by morning. I hope Father Abbot can see that the Baron's heart is in the right place, even if he picked the wrong time to express himself. That seems unlikely. It may be so, but must never lose hope. In any case, I do hope the Baron respects the Abbot's wishes for the rest of his stay, for everyone's sake. Brother Piero, what do you think of Martin Luther's ideas? Ah, that is for younger and wiser men than me to decide. I'm just a monk, thank God. Good night, my son. It's a lot to think about. I should get some sleep. I should. But I also feel that I should apologize to the abbot, though I think the works of Martin Luther are important. It wasn't the right time to talk about them. There's a lamp still burning in the guest house. Lorenz must still be awake. I wonder how he's doing. And what was he thinking? He's a baron, but he couldn't have expected that to go well. The storm doesn't seem to be letting up anytime soon. I should get back to the Gertners. I do want to see what's going on with Baron Lorenz. Oh, it's locked. Doesn't look like I can engage with the abbot's house in any way. Martin was looking through the door into the guest house earlier as well. Huh? Ooh. Ah! You all right, Master Mailer? This is something only because I'm an occultist? I believe that I may have just seen the physical manifestation of a spirit. A ghost. I think, the townsfolk will be more respectful of things that are considered occultism by the monks. Maybe. It could be a Roman. Maybe even an old pagan. Wouldn't be the first time people have seen ghosts around these parts. Have you ever seen one? Usually around the ruins. Who knows how many restless Romans lie beneath those stones? Well, I think I found Johann's last lost sheep. I'm going to head home. Take care, Master Mailer. I will. Thank you, Till. I'm going to go with you two. You too. It's always interesting when you get multiple options for these casual conversations. Irises. What is this? The figures in this shrine to St. Christopher are quite nice. Snowdrops, one of the only flowers that can bloom this early in spring at this altitude. A shrine to St. Moritz. The statue looks ancient. Can I actually make my way towards the aqueduct? Maybe. A curious mill. The wind turns the sails, and that powers the grinding stone. Ooh, more dogs! It's like a greyhound or a whippet. Glass windows. They must have cost a fortune. child's drawings. I wonder who the artist is. Last, this must have allowed access to the aqueduct. Interesting. Alright, I think I should be getting back to the Gertners. If possible, I'd like to go by... See, so the Gertner farm is down there, and that's where I can sleep. But it looks like I'll be passing through Tassing itself before making my way there. I'd like to visit by the Drucker house to see if any of them are still awake, and apologize for not making it. Ah, no! Pale horse, still on the floor. Are you alright in there? Uh-oh. Is she having a vision of some kind? Sister, listen to my voice. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Yes. Yes, Father, I hear you. Am I here? Is this now? Yes, you are with us, and this is now. I apologize, Andreas. I imagine that must have been quite alarming. Is she all right? She is, yes. Sister Amalie is mystic, gifted with visions when God sees fit to give her one. Some are more frightening than others. How long has she been here? She's been sealed in the cells next to the church for almost 10 years now. If you came to Mass more often, you would see that I give her communion through a window to her cell. Her cell? She is an anchoress, a religious hermit so devoted to God that she has enclosed herself in a cell next to the church. She's dead to the world, but continues a life of prayer and religious contemplation. And sometimes, ever so rarely, she receives great and terrible visions. Is she local to Tassing, or was she a nun at Gersau? Neither. She came here from a Benedictine abbey in Lower Bavaria after it burned down. I am her confessor and caretaker. Many anchoresses are not literate. I write down her visions to help interpret them. I thought all the monks and nuns at Gersau could read, even poor brother Volkbert. Thank you, Father Thomas. I must rest now. Of course, sister. She seems unhappy. She is not unhappy. She is not unhappy, but she is in pain, both physical and spiritual. Her spiritual pain comes from her revelations. They come and go. I try to address them as best I can. The physical pain comes from a deformity in her spine and aching in her joints. I know of no cure for that save prayer to the Almighty. Sister Amalie was saying she had a vision of death. Could someone be in danger? Oh no, don't rush to judgment. The visions are divine and powerful, but they could have many meanings. Some of her revelations take years to comprehend. Some may never be understood at all, as God wills it. Still, the argument at dinner was quite troubling. Perhaps it has cast a shadow over our thoughts. Now then, the good sister appears to have fallen back to sleep. I must prepare for bed myself. Good night, Andreas. Good night, Father. It's all locked up. Sorry to the Druckers. Let's see. I need to go to the Western Farms. That should be through the town commons, which makes sense. All the sheep cared for. Let's get some rest. Perhaps we can dream again. Yeah, bit of a leak in the roof. Time to get back to work. Shh, it's all right, Ursula. Good morning. What happened? The storm rolled in during the night. It hasn't let up all morning. Claire and I have been doing what we can in here to keep us all from washing away. Peter and Georg are outside, trying to deal with the flooding as best they can. Is the farm in danger? There's always a danger with this much rain, but we've lived through worse. Whatever happens, it will be as God wills it. We must have faith in Providence and endure what is to come. Oh, I have some food for you. Here. Sorry I couldn't prepare anything more. Thank you. Otto wanted me to say hi, by the way. Oh, he did? Good, thank you. Have a good day at the Abbey, Andreas. Try to stay dry. Thanks. You too. Good luck. Andreas. I didn't see the wall was broken. Is that from the flood? It is. Must have broken in the night. Some of our sheep escaped. We'll have to track them down later. This is the way it always is. Rain falls on the Abbey and rolls downhill to us little people. Well, it's hard to blame the Abbey for that. That's just how rain works. There's a reason we're down here and they're up there, Andreas. Anyway, I'll have to get back to this. See you later. Alright, I'm going to take a moment to get myself a bite to eat, and I'm going to start prepping some honeyed tea, because this much reading is going to be havoc on my throat. Just a moment. I feel a sense of dread now. Hello, Andres. Good morning, Andres. So, Otto and Ava, huh? Yes, what about them? Come now, tell me juicy details about what's going on between them. I'm not a gossip, Andreas. Otto practically asked me to be his messenger. I'm only trying to understand how things stand. Did he really? Or did you just assume the pot all on your own? He told me very clearly to do that. You started picking up poor habits during your time in Tassing, Andreas. It can't be the Gertners, Peter's stone. Maybe the monks talk too much. Well, if you ask me, I think Otto's being a bit too slow about it. Oh. He's old enough already to not be smitten like a boy. They both like each other. Seems to me if you found the right person, you should go for it. It's what I would do. Where's Mistress, Schmidten, if I may ask? Oh, that's a private matter. You just haven't found the right person? No. I do hope to find someone to have at my side as we build a family. God has not given me this blessing. Worry not. It could happen at any moment, Andres. One hopes so. I must get back to work, Andres. Enough talk. Until later. I can't walk through that. It's too much. So this is, that's a good gameplay mechanic to get me to walk through various places and meet other people. Let's see. God be with you, Andreas. Seems like we have a good spring storm, though I hope it lets up soon. Good morning. I'm sure it will let up soon. As God wills it. Ulrich, I paid Gret for last week's pumpernickel. Sorry to make you wait for it. It's no trouble at all. You say hello to Lucky for me. Of course. Now I'm off to home and then to Pfeffer's. Good morning, Agnes. What's going on at the Pfeffer's? Helena's about a month to go before her child is due. The last one was hard. He didn't make it, God rest his soul. I just want to give her the best chance she can have. It is in God's hands. Trust in Providence. Always, Ulrich, but I'll do what I can to help. Why make the Lord do all the work? I must be off now. Good day to you both. And Andreas, stay out of the rain. It's now time to have this tea finish steeping and get it to drain out of the steeper. Oh no, the little metal tab that made this work broke off. What the heck? I didn't notice that had happened. Must have gone wrong in the washer. Bummer. Tell Helena I'll pray for your health. You'll appreciate that, Andreas. Thank you. Until later. Until later, Agnes. Let me find a spot to set this. It's not a mess on my countertop. It's gonna be a little weird. Let's see. A cat. Will the cat allow itself to be pet? Aww. Cat's out in the rain. I would like to apologize to the Druckers, but it looks like they're still not in. What's this? Father, said this before, but it isn't good that the water drains here so quickly. It's affecting the foundation. It needs to be looked at. I understand, but if you dig here, you may be disturbing the bodies decomposing in the yard. Of course, Father, but they're going to be dug back up again anyway. Yes, but why disturb them unnecessarily? It's your church, Father, but you can't put this off forever. The foundation's going to crack. I understand. Perhaps after some of the bones have been moved into the ossuaries. Thank you, Lucky. Ah, good day, Master Mailer. Good day, Father Thomas. Everything all right with the church? Oh, yes. Lucky was again reminding me of the dangerous severe rainfall composed to the foundation. God looks after his flock, but sometimes the pen requires an earthly hand. To be taken care of. God be with you, Andreas. And with you, Father Thomas. Until later. Looks like they also lost a part of their fence. Get to the meadow. Is this plant any different? Ah, columbine. Looks like it's coming in early. Hello there, Master Mailer. Hello, Till. Bumped into any ghosts lately? No, not since we last spoke. Good. Have you ever seen a nicer view? Don't get sights like this in the cities, I expect. I could do without the mud on my shoes, but the aqueduct does make a nice silhouette. Oh yes, the Roman ruins. Dassing is full of them, quite the marvels they are. I don't pay much mind to the writing on them, because I can't read Latin myself, but you might enjoy giving them a look. If you do, you'll have to tell me if they match the old legends I read about. What sort of old legends? Well, when Father Matthias was abbot, he would let me borrow books from the abbey's library. I think I read through half of that library before Father Gernot became abbot. He and Father Thomas are strict about what books should be read now. Books should glorify God, they say, not discuss the old pagan ways. Still, the accounts of the Romans in Tassing are my favorite. That old book talked about how the Roman knight Gaius Metellus defeated the, Riety, I think it was. Heavy snowfall had him caught in this very valley, barbarians on all sides. when Mars sent a wolf to the night. Instead of killing the beast, Gaius followed it to a magical spring with trees covered in all sorts of fruit. He's referring, the Mars he's referring to is Ares, the Roman god. Well, the Ares, the Greek god, Mars, the Roman god. Mars provided the wolf and the spring, and Gaius Metellus founded Tassing after defeating the barbarians to honor Mars. That spring surrounded by fruit is the same one that's referenced in the story of the saint. That's where all this came from. That sounds a lot like the story Brother Matthew told me about St. Moritz, without the Roman gods, of course. I hadn't thought of that. Both were snowed into this valley, weren't they? And saved near a spring. I wonder if it's the same story. Oh, I don't know about all that, Master Mailer. A lot of stories get mixed up over the years. It might be all fable, but I enjoy the story all the same. It's nice to feel you're connected to those who came before you, even if it's only by the land you live on. Books connect us to the pasts we could hardly imagine existed. Well said. It's been good chatting with you, Master Mailer, but I'd better get back to work. You let me know if you find any particularly good books in that library, all right? I will. Until later, Till. Oh, I see water is flowing through the through part of the aqueduct. I want to see if I can take another look at the base of the aqueduct. He mentioned something about Roman writing, but all I can see are these children's drawings. Perhaps if at some point the collapse can be cleared out. Martin? Yep. I should get to the scriptorium. Gurno will give me an earful if I'm late again. God be with you, Andreas. Are you still preparing to leave, even with this weather? The weather is unfortunate, but the Baron's wife, Lady Salamea, will be arriving today. My lord intends to depart as soon as she arrives. I should be giving him a different accent. They're from the Rhine. He should be similar to the voice I'm using for the Baron. How long have they been married? 7 years now. She's a fine woman, a true lady. I was hoping to bid farewell to the Baron before he leaves. I'm sure he would appreciate that. He spoke highly of you before he went to bed. He was glad you were willing to debate him at supper, even though he's sure the abbot will hold it against you. Well, Luther's work is worth debating, regardless of what the abbot thinks. My lord certainly agrees, but he hasn't found many people who share that opinion in Tyrol or Bavaria. Would it be fair to say I found the Baron's favor? I see. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 3 ups for engaging in debate at dinner. It would. My lord bade me give you a token of his friendship in his absence. He says it's a small thing compared to future commissions, but he hopes you will wear it with pride. But what an extraordinary pin. Please thank the Baron for it. In fact, I'll wear it right now. Many thanks. As you wish, of course. Where's your master gone? He went for a walk early in the morning. He didn't say when he'd be back. I hope he returns soon. The rain is turning everything to mud. My lord might surprise you, Andres. He never minds getting mud on his boots. Of course, I'm the one who has to clean them. Baron seems quite an unusual man in many ways. It may be so. I only know him as my lord for these last 7 years. That reminds me, did you see a short, surly-looking young man in a hat on your way up this morning? That can only be Martin Bauer. He ran past me in the meadow as I was walking up the hill. He was in quite a hurry. Ah, that would explain my lord's missing rings. You believe he stole from you? Not from me, no, from my lord. 1 gold, 1 silver, a handful of golden, and a book the Baron was planning to give to the Abbey. A book? Historia Tassia? I believe so, yes. I went to pack the Baron's things, and they were missing. There's no way that Martin would be interested in that book. The boy is a known thief. It wouldn't surprise me if he's responsible for the missing rings. That would explain it, then. Regrettably, he had ample opportunity for this theft. Yesterday I caught the boy with the hat, Martin, I suppose, peering in through the windows. I could have admonished him at the time, but, well, he seemed harmless. That's a shame. I hope the Baron won't be too put out. My lord is a man of some means. He won't miss the gold or the rings. I do think he will be upset about the book. He was quite excited for the abbot to see it. In any case, I must finish preparing the horses. It was good talking to you, Andres. Of course. I hope this rain lets up for you soon. God willing. Until next time. Until then. There's something going on about that book that relates to the history of this place. We know that the Baron was up late. I feel this pin is going to be meaningful. I want to pray at the shrine for the sake of safe childbirth. Oh, not getting anything out of that. Means this shrine. That is for pilgrims. Nothing going on with that. If I were to go west from here, that goes to the convent garden. I shouldn't really be poking around in the convent without reason. Is there anything going on in the infirmary I should be aware of? Picture to St. Luke, patron of artists, is also the patron of healers. Most of these medicines made by Agnes Steinarin, with some help from Sister Gertrude. Through the dormitory. Lord Bailey. Into the scriptorium. Oh, this is wonderful. The rest of the abbey is soaked and there's not a drop of rain in here. Good thing the abbot had Otto replace the roof to the scriptorium and library last month. With the calefactory next door, we can stay warm while everyone else is cold and wet. What's a calefactory? A communal warming room in the monasteries. Calefactories are usually attached to the cloister, but in Curacao it is part of the old abbey, and therefore connected to the old scriptorium. It keeps the monks warm and the library dry. Instead of bragging about our good fortune, you should think upon your brothers and sisters and pray for their health and safety. The abbot's foresight saved a lot of our work and protected what's in the library. The town hasn't fared as well. I'm sure they'll be fine. More importantly, if they're not, I don't care. Brother Guy, your heart is harder than the stone of this floor. We have the grumpy old monk, but where's the nice one? Brother Pierrot. Haven't you seen him yet today? I did, before Brother Guy arrived. Brother Pierrot left to speak to the abbot some time ago. Hey there. Had a good holiday. Oh, glad you enjoyed that. I had a splendid holiday. It's been very relaxing. We even got some leftover pecan pie with me. Hmm. Hmm. I pray it stops soon. Such a cacophony is an assault on my frail ears. Something's wrong. It's not stopping. I suppose this means we're being summoned to the chapter house. God give me the strength to endure the rain. It's 50 feet, old man. You'll live. God give me the strength to endure this man. Brother Guy is kind of an asshole. It's still not stopping. What's going on? This can't all be because of the storm. I should see what's the matter. Okay, before I leave and go on that. I wonder what Prior Ferenc was doing with this book. From the library of the University of Five Churches. The Hungarians call it Pécs. That's where Ferenc is from. Doctor of Theology, Georg Gran. Oh, there's, why is this... Some parts of this are smudged. But I can't see a way of interacting with this further. Oh, was that underlined? Ah, Speculum Astronomiae, Albertus Magnus' Defense of Astrology. 13th century Dominican theologian, philosopher, astrologer, and a bishop of Regensburg. Bastard script. Burgundian, Flemish, not from here, and not recently. So there are issues here. That's definitely Ferenc's handwriting between the lines and in the margins. Is he notating the text for his personal use? In any case, it's a thorough commentary. Those are Greek characters, aren't they? And they've bled through on the other side. It looks scribbled, not like Ferenc to be so sloppy, and he didn't even blot the ink dry. Libra, Capricorn, Aries, all astrological symbols. It's written below. That's right. Astrological symbols there. Greek to be sure. That doesn't make any sense. It's not even a word, just a jumble of letters. Wait, the Volvel I found also has Greek letters on it. They must be connected, but how? The outer ring of the Volvel is marked with alchemical symbols, but this cipher has astrological symbols. Well, every astrological sign is associated with an element. I'll copy this down to reference later. I am going to need that. Yeah, I've also still got some leftovers to work through. Glad to have them. Oh, this is the calefactory, isn't it? Whoa! Coming from the cloister? That's on the far side of the dormitory. That's a bloodstain on the wall. That is a very dead noble. Please, Father, where is Brother Florian? Have him come quickly. Be silent, brother. Brother Florian, if you please. I'm sorry, Father. There's nothing to be done. He's dead. Sister Marguerite, calm yourself. Sister Gertrude, please take Sister Marguerite back to the garden. Yes, Mother Cecilia. God protect us. The Baron was, a friend of the Prince Bishop of Fracing. Why is he so worried about the Prince Bishop? Well, the Prince Bishop is the ruler of this region. This abbey is odd in more than one way. Its existence offends some in the church. We're far enough from Rome and Mainz that everyone forgets about us, but this could bring unwanted attention. Florian, how easily do you think you could dispose of this body? Father Abbot, what are you saying? Why are you questioning me? Why are you wasting precious time? You want to see the soldiers of the Prince Bishop march up our steps and fling your brothers and sisters out of our home? Quiet! Calm yourselves, all of you. Father Abbot, Baron Rothfagel's manservant is already preparing to leave. The Baron's wife should be here in a matter of hours. This is not the time for rash decisions. Yes, you're right. Forgive me. But then, what will we do? We must send the Baron's man to the court of the Prince Bishop in Fracing at once. Mother Cecilia, the Baron said the Prince Bishop's archdeacon was in Innsbruck for the imperial diet. Even better, swift action will silence any whispers of impropriety on our part. Given the Baron's stature, the archdeacon will undoubtedly come to investigate immediately. We must cooperate with him fully and pray for a speedy resolution. Yes, good. Thank you, Mother Cecilia. Brother Warslav, please detain Brother Piero in the cellar until the Prince Bishop's man arrives. Detain Brother Piero? Brother Piero, why? That's absurd. He was caught in flagrante delicto, covered in blood with a knife on his hand, in blazing offense. Do you really believe that Brother Piero is capable of such a foul deed? Yes, capable enough when motivated by anger. I had no anger against the Baron, Father Abbot. I simply came across him like this. No anger, not even for insulting your work and forcing us to give it to Andreas. This is not subject for debate. When the Prince Bishop's man arrives, we must not be empty-handed. Looking across this scene very carefully, there are a number of brothers whose hands we can't see because of the way they conceal them in their sleeves. So if anybody else has blood on their hands, it would be difficult to discern. Even if Piero wanted to kill the Baron, he's not physically capable of the act. He can barely hold a brush, much less plunge a knife into a man's body. Be quiet. This is not your affair. It is my affair if you're going to make me part of Brother Pierre's supposed motive. I am through debating this with you. My decision stands. Brother Wojslav will detain Brother Piero in the cellar until I say otherwise. Brother Florian, please escort Andreas out of the abbey. Andreas, do not show your face here again until tomorrow. Do you understand me? Yes. All right. What can we figure out about this? Andreas, listen to me. I sympathize with you. I don't think Piero did this either. This isn't the time to push the abbot. I'm sure the other brothers and sisters believe Piero is innocent as well. The abbot is worried about the Prince Bishop's attention. I have to do something. I can't let Piero die for something he didn't do. I appreciate your passion, but if you pursue this indelicately, you could make matters worse. Take a few hours to calm your nerves and your mind. You need to think clearly. Go to the Druckers, eat a good meal, and come back at nones. You won't have much time. Tap on my window with a small stone, and I'll let you in. Let me in for what? To examine the body. All right. Hopefully it will clear my hand. Yeah, let's go with that, sure. I'll have to make my way back in here later. I suspect that he was killed over the book. What's this? What's this? A letter to the Baron from Prior Ferenc. My god. Lorenz was blackmailing Ferenc to get him to perform some kind of occult ritual. It's one thing to read books on magic. Few are foolish enough to attempt to actually practice what's written. Some of the substances used in these rituals are dangerous, even lethal, and God forbid someone in the Inquisition finds out about it. That's important evidence. I figured something in the guest house would be of value in that way. The hour of the murder is going to be of particular interest. Is there anything else I want to do on the way back? I might try to visit the Shrine of St. Satya if I can access it now. I've been curious about that. It seems like I have to go through the forest for it. Carving of St. Satya. It looks quite old. This is remarkably similar to what could be a Roman depiction of Artemis. The fact that we had a fade out and zoom in on it tells me that there's more to that, and we'll be back here later. This leads to an old salt mine. There's a charcoal burner out here. Smokey's home. Most of this felling is for the Abbey's renovations and firewood. The town can only gather sticks. Oh, Master Mailer. We met once before, I think. You were drawing something by the waterfall. I'm Smokey. Well, Adam, but people call me Smokey. You're the charcoal. Yes, I have to stay out here in the forest near the kiln. Is there anything I can do for you? No, just being friendly. Oh, of course. Good to see you. Until next time, Master Mailer. Until then. Oh, hello. Hello. You're not a local, are you? No, I'm staying in Tassing only briefly. I stay out here in the forest. People don't much like Romani. Most folk despise anything that's different. I like staying on the edge of town. I search to find whatever's different. It's the differences in artist style that make their work unique. Ah, you're the artist staying up at Kersau. Yes, just visiting Tassing for some time. My name is Andreas Mailer. It's nice to meet you. Most folk in Tassing don't come down here to talk. Right. I'm Vaxla, traveling tinker. I travel from place to place, sharpen knives, mend small things that need mending, that sort of thing. What brought you to Tassing, Vaxla? Well, I actually came to visit Kersau's library. I had hoped for one of the monks to read them to me, but the abbot wouldn't let me in. It's a great shame that Curacao hides its books away from the town. Everyone should have access to knowledge. We are alike in that regard, Master Maynard. What were you looking for? Well, I explained that I was looking for a text about the elements. If they're primordial, as Aristotle says, then God didn't create them. They exist with him since the dawn of time. That's a fascinating idea. Not only that, but it explains the presence of the angels and demons before the creation of the world. Of the 5 elements, angels are fire and air, and demons water and earth, and the world was aether before the Lord formed it. That's why Satan appeared as a snake to Eve. Snakes can only dwell in deep caves and pools. You might be onto something. I did not expect such open dialogue with you, Master Maynard. Few men with your stature would entertain such ideas with someone like me. Anyway, I should get back to work. Until later, Václav. Interesting. That notion of angels and demons in relation to the elements might be interesting. Good day, Andres. Back from the Abbey already. It's only noon. Something terrible has happened. Oh, God. What happened? No, forgive me. Come inside and sit down for a minute. Not an imposition at all. My friends are always welcome in my home. Besides, I could use your opinion on something. Let's see what we can exchange with the droppers. I'm going to do a new run of Till Eulenspiegel. There was a printing a few years ago in Strasbourg, but it was awful, almost bereft of illustrations. Yeah, slipping into some other wood. What do you think of these new ones? They look wonderful. Excellent work. Thank you. I'll be sure to let Marie know. Are these her woodcuts? They are. The drawings were mine, but she did the block cuts. I've got enough talent to draw the designs, but only she can do the woodcuts and the type. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. Through Christ our Lord, amen. Child's dialogue. Amen. Amen. What were the bells at the Abbey? They were sounding for a long time. The visiting nobleman, Lorenz Rothfigel, was found murdered in the chapter house. God in heaven, just rode by here yesterday. Yes, and it gets worse. One of the elderly brothers I work with in the scriptorium, Piero, was accused of the crime. That's awful. A murder in Curacao. How could a monk do such a thing? I'm sorry, Andreas. The Baron seemed like an interesting man, and I know he's been a patron of the Abbey for years. How did he die? It had been an accident. And does the abbot really believe that Brother Piero killed him? You've always spoken of him in the kindest terms. It seemed like Lorenz had been stabbed, but I don't know. There was a lot of blood around him. But no, I can't believe Piero did it. I can't imagine him harming anyone. Oh, but could it have been one of the sisters? But if it was Brother Piero, who do you think could have done it? I did see Lucky Steinauer get into a shouting argument with Lorenz yesterday, just before I walked by your place. Lucky? Why would he have caused a shout at a nobleman? There's probably something else going on that you wouldn't know about, dear. What do you mean by that? I'm not one to trade gossip, but if you really want to know, talk to some of the other women in town. Or Mother Cecilia up at the Abbey. Could it have something to do with the nuns? Why would Lucky argue with Lorenz about the nuns? Oh, there's no need for that. Lucky is a forthright man. I'm sure if you ask him, he'll tell you what the argument was about. Thank you both. That's good advice. There's something else, though. When Lorenz and I were walking through the meadow, the widow Kemperin came out of the woods and... Yes? Well, she cursed him. Tilia's late husband, Rannig, ran afoul of Lorenz on his last visit to Tasser. This is what Otto was talking about before. I don't remember the details, but Rannig died just last year. I don't have a good voice for her. Ooh. That's enough. She's had to deal with a job's lot in life. And now she lives all alone at the edge of the woods. There are rumors she's going to lose her property soon. I do pity her, even if she is a... silenced with a look. Bitter woman. There should be some exception in the law for her to inherit. Women are not legally barred from inheriting. Did she come from a wealthy family? She did, in fact, wealthier than Ranig's. If the land they lived on was part of her dowry, she may make a case to lay claim to it or property of equal value. Well, are you a lawyer, Andreas? Enough about Attilia. Is there anyone else you think may have done it? I don't know if he has any ill intent, but Prior Ferenc has been acting strangely since the day Lorenz arrived. Perhaps an academic disagreement. I know they're both avid readers, both of the classics and new works. On his last visit, the Baron brought a book on astronomy for me. I know the Prior has some similar interests. But would the Prior kill someone over a simple disagreement? It's not that outlandish. When I was in university, I saw men throw punches over small academic concerns. What is an opinion for some is a testament of faith for others and worth killing for. That may be so, but I've never seen that sort of anger in Prior Ferenc, not even when Garneau was made abbot instead of him. Oh, Ferenc was in the running to be abbot. Naturally, yeah, makes sense. Somebody would have to succeed him. Afterward, he seemed bitter, never violent. Just doesn't seem to be part of his character. Lucky, the widow, the abbey prior. There was something strange when he approached the abbey together. Mother Cecilia was outside with some of the sisters. Mother Cecilia scowled and took the nuns inside without saying a word. Well, we have heard that the Baron was a philanderer. Sounds like they have a history, at least. Thank you for talking to me. I was feeling overwhelmed. Some of the women around town might be able to tell me more about the Baron's activities. We need to examine the body as early as possible. Talk to Lucky in front of his house. We'll talk to Widow Kemperin. What we have about the Widow Kemperin is motive, but I think she really lacks means and opportunity. Can't talk to Prior Ferenc until tomorrow. Could talk to Mother Cecilia in the convent. I do have to attend Brother Florian's examination of the body. That's my immediate concern. Okay, so Lucky was a stonemason. Okay, let me consider. Miklau has departed for Innsbruck to request the presence of the Most Reverend Jacob Estler, Archdeacon of Freising. Okay. Throwing a small rock at the window of the infirmary. There. Andreas, this way. Yeah, I think this is the most important thing to start with. There you are. Glad the storm didn't delay you. Now, even though I gave instructions that I was not to be disturbed, we must work quickly. Seeing a corpse up close can be unsettling for some. I hope you're up to it. I've paged through the Fasciculus Medicinae and seen its wound illustrations. Quite graphic. Books don't quite convey the reality of the situation, Andreas, or the smell. Now then, you should probably take notes as we go. They might be useful later. Ah, of course. I'll begin by inspecting his anterior, starting with the face and the head. No visible wounds, no blemishes, teeth in good condition, nothing unusual. Neck, shoulders, and chest are ordinary. Need to clean some blood away to examine the torso. Yes, there it is. A puncture wound between the 6th and 7th ribs. So he was stabbed in the front? But when we found him there, wasn't he lying face down with a knife in him? It's fairly shallow, though. I estimate it penetrated only about an inch, and it likely came from his own hand. Wait, he inflicted it on himself. How can you tell? From the angle and depth of the strike, it is as though he were holding it in his right hand as he fell on his side. You must know that I was not always a monk. I was a mercenary for 10 long years in Poland. My familiarity with wounds comes from my time on the battlefield. I'm no true surgeon, but I'm the closest Kiersau has. If the wound was that shallow, it doesn't sound like it could have been fatal. It wasn't. It's likely incidental, received while falling on his own knife. He must have some other wound that issued forth all the blood we found him in. Who do you think killed him? I don't know. I can't even speculate. All I can do is examine this body and hope you can figure out the rest. Simply pointing out the implausibility of Brother Piero striking the fatal blow may not be enough to convince the Archdeacon. Brother Piero never should have picked up that knife. I'm sure the appearance of guilt never even crossed his mind. Now then, let's move on. Well, there is a sore on his sex, probably from the French disease. I doubt it had anything to do with his murder. I'm not familiar with it. It was first discovered 20 years ago by French soldiers visiting brothels in Naples. Anyway, it seems the Baron was not the most faithful husband, not uncommon among the nobility. Moving down. Other than a few blisters on his feet from what I assume are new shoes, there's nothing wrong with his legs. Andreas, can you help me turn him over? Of course. There's a slight irregularity in his spine, possibly from an old injury. I don't think it has anything to do with how he died, though. How could that have happened? I have no idea. Whatever the reason, it didn't contribute to his death. Here it is, a rather dramatic head wound. The dark hair and the blood make it difficult to see, but it's quite bad. In my experience, I've never seen someone walk away from a head wound of this severity. How many head wounds have you seen? Too many and not enough. As grim as it sounds, there's always more to learn. Italian doctors try to examine as many corpses as they can to truly fully understand the mysteries of the body. The battlefields of Poland and Lithuania aren't as ideal as a learning environment as the University of Bologna, but they did provide an education of sorts. I'd rather be treated by someone with experience than a novice with a university education. I appreciate your confidence. The wound looks like it was caused by a single powerful blow from a blunt object, probably no more than 4 or 5 inches across. How can you tell? The skull is cracked in a single spot, and there's a clear impression in the skin around it. It would take extraordinary precision to hit the same spot twice, unless the Baron were already dead. It's likely he didn't die immediately. How long could he have survived for? I've seen similar injuries in battle. The victims don't last more than a few minutes, but it's an agonizing death. Even so, he couldn't have wandered far from where the blow was first struck. So he may not have been attacked in the chapter house. He was either attacked in the chapter house or someplace in the immediate area. Let's see. We saw a bloodstain on the wall in the chapter house on our way in, and that was on the left side of the chapter house, which leads me to believe if he was attacked, it might have been in the church, because I believe the church goes into the chapter house. There might be more of a gap. I can't imagine it. Rudger and Mathieu are in and out of there constantly. Noise in the church is easy to hear, and the Baron would have to go through the cloister to wind up in the chapter house. Anyway, whatever killed the Baron was a blunt instrument of considerable heft. The part that impacted him was likely a little smaller than a fist. I'd say 2 to 2.5 inches around. Perhaps a pig mallet, a joining hammer, or even a round stone. That's specific. Estimating size, distance, and number have always come easily to me. Hopefully your talents will help you find the murder weapon in short order. Whoever did this must have caught the Baron unaware. Save the small knife wound, he has no other injuries. I suppose that he was struck, drew his knife to defend himself, and fell on it before Brother Piero discovered him. So I believe we've discovered 2 important things. Piero didn't stab the Baron, and even if he had, that isn't what killed him. Indeed, though it may take more to convince the Archdeacon of Brother Piero's innocence. We also know the Baron was killed by a blow to the head from a heavy blunt object. Now you just need to find what caused the blow and learn who struck it. Oh, there is one other item of interest. I found it in the Baron's jacket, but didn't want to open it without you. A note of some kind. As I am a caretaker of men, you are a caretaker of parchment. I leave it to your capable hands. What does it say? The girl who died, and the innocent with her. Matine's chapter. what innocent? One of the nuns? It's been years since any of the nuns have died. Perhaps Mother Cecilia would remember. Can you tell who wrote it? I see. So I can tell that it's an extremely refined hand, but not an Italian. As good as Edok and Guy are, I don't think they could replicate this. What, Billy? If not them, who? I intend to find out. I wish you good luck finding the answer. I'm sorry to rush you, but I must ask you to leave. Every minute you stay here is an additional Brother Florian, could you open up? It's Werner Stolz, the physician from Tossing. Yes, I'm in the middle of something. Could you return after supper? I'm afraid it can't wait. Father Gurno asked me to examine the Baron's body. All right, just give me a moment. Andreas, I need you to hide yourself. Of course. That doesn't look like a very good hiding place. Dr. Stolz, sorry to keep you waiting. Now, what did you need? The abbot wanted me to examine the Baron's body before his wife arrives. It seems unnecessary at this point as I've just completed my own examination. Well, then what's the harm in letting me take a look? Dr. Stolz, with all respect, I've finished. The cause of death is clear. If you'd arrived an hour ago, I would have had no problem with your assistance. Assistance? I'm a university-trained physician. I can examine a corpse on my own without the help of a battlefield sawbones. Regardless of your opinions regarding my abilities, the examination is finished. If you insist on inspecting the body anyways, I must insist that the abbot tells me himself. What? Making me bring the abbot here is a waste of time. So is performing an examination on this corpse immediately after one was just completed. Idiotic. I'll return with Father Gurno presently. That was close. Now quietly. Leave through the cloister before they return. Of course. Thank you, Brother Florian. Think nothing of it. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then. Alright. I think, next I either want to talk to Cecilia or the widow. I should find someone to eat with. I can't get that note out of my head. The girl who died and the innocent with her. What could it mean? And who wrote it? The innocent with her, makes me presume it was a pregnant woman. Mr. Mailer? Yes, it's me, sister. Do you think Brother Piero really murdered the Baron? No, of course not. Oh, why did Father Abbot have him put in the cellar? Father Abbot is afraid of what will happen if we can't find out who the killer really is. Do you think the devil could appear here at Kiersau? No. I think people see the devil where they want to see it. I didn't see the devil, but I think I smelled his odor. Last night, I woke before Matines and I smelled something in our dormitory. It was strange. Moss and sulfur mixed with frankincense and roses. That is strange. I moved through the room. I wanted to scream, but I was too frightened, and then it was gone. I'm ashamed I didn't cry out, but I didn't know what to do. Did any of the other sisters smell it? I don't know, but I think they were all asleep. Thank you, Sister Margaret. God bless you, Master Mailer. A peculiar smell, and that would be in the nuns' dormitory. I presume that that is related to the ghostly individual that we saw running across the aqueduct late that night. It's unclear how long Lorenz's corpse was there. I take it Lorenz's corpse was found in the morning. He could have been killed at any time overnight. Oh, looks like we have a possible meal at the guest house. But we can actually eat in a lot of different places, including at the Widow Kemperen's, which could give us more information. What about the midwife? That might give us a lot more information if we suspect that a pregnancy was involved. And I do think that the various folks of Tassing have a lot more gossip to share. Mother Cecilia doesn't like us talking to men unless it's necessary to perform our work. Ah, forgive me. Sorry to bother you. Thank you, Master Mailer. So if I want to talk to her, there has to be a reason. Let's see if I might be able to have lunch with the midwife. Should be up this way. Next to the bakery. Is that correct? It looks like it, right? So, the Steinauer house? Yeah, okay. So, what's it called? It's the blacksmith and the Zimmerman house opposite each other. The town commons. We went around the bend, past the bakery, to this house. Let's visit the Steinauers. So Lucky's wife is, Agnes is the midwife. Good day, Andreas. Did you need something? Might I eat with you and Lucky? I realize we've never shared a meal together. It'll be my pleasure. Are you hungry now? Ravenous. Thank you, Agnes. Let's eat then. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. And we pray you keep safe the souls of the two innocents who rest at your side. They are dearly missed. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. You're looking tired, Agnes. Did Else keep you up late? I don't mind it. She needs the support, and I'm happy to give it. Someone has to look after the women of this town, and Werner hardly cares to. Werner is... Werner is the doctor. Is Else the miller's wife? Married to Lenhart Miller, yes. I'm surprised you haven't met her yet. Did something happen to her? She lost a child a few weeks back. She was overjoyed when she finally quickened, but her bleeding returned soon after. It's been difficult for her, but she has been through it before. She will make it through again. Ooh, a trout ravioli? Nice. She is strong in her love of Christ and in love of her husband. She does dote on him, though Lenhart hardly deserves it. Why is that? The miller is not a kind man, not to the peasants and not to his wife. Spreading rumors is not Christian behavior, Agnes. It's hardly a secret. The man has power in this town, and he makes certain we all know it. Take it as a caution, Andreas. Don't get on the miller's bad side. Noted. The best thing we can do for Else is to care for her as neighbors like Christ tells us to. She isn't the only one in Tossing who struggles in her marriage. Even my Brigitte has her troubles. She is your only daughter. Our only living child, yes. God rest their souls. We should never have agreed to their marriage. She deserves better than Martin Bauer. She loves him, Lucky, and she had to marry sometime. What could we do? Found a man who isn't such a useless shit. At least we got Wolf out of it. I'll make sure he grows up solid. He'll become a great stonemason. Just like his grandpa. Now, why don't you tell Andreas about your work at the Abbey? You said you found something strange in the building. Strange how? Ah, that. I was repairing a cracked wall down in the crypt. The Abbey used to be a Roman fort, right? So it's no spring hen. I bumped into a relief of the Virgin and a door slid open. It was the damnedest thing. That must be how the nuns get to the library. The layout of the scriptorium in the library never did add up to me. It doesn't look right, does it? No room for a staircase, but the nuns have to be getting up there somehow. Anyway, stuck my head up through the trap door and one of the nuns screamed. You didn't tell me that part. I felt bad for scaring them. You must have frightened Sister Illuminata half to death. I probably should have knocked first. Never know what you'll find behind a closed door. Speaking of work, I should get back to it. Still lots to fix after that storm. It was lovely having you, Andreas. Take care, Agnes, Lucky. Thank you for your hospitality. See you around the Abbey, I expect. So it seems who we eat with is going to be a big impact in terms of what we learn along the way. There are only so many leads we can follow up on. Back to the Gertner guest room. Let's lie down. So we've got a mysterious figure, some involvement with the nuns. We have an understanding that the Baron was involved in two very suspicious things. One of which is that he was blackmailing the prior over an occultic ritual. And the other is that he was carrying this note written in oddly fine script by somebody who was not Italian. And that script he was holding was about the death of a woman and an innocent. Either do good more or stare at this child. Oh, it's not morning. It's the middle of the night, Ursula. What are you doing up here? I see. Would you like me to tell you a story? Would that help you sleep? A man had to pay rent to the king every year. The cost was 4 baskets of oranges. This was in Italy, of course. You don't even know what an orange is. Anyway, the man's young daughter had hair the same color as yours, same as an orange. And the man didn't have enough oranges to pay the rent. So he put his daughter in the fourth basket. He covered her with oranges and sent the baskets to the king. When the king's servants found the little girl, the king told them to raise her as a servant. They called her Arancetta, like a little orange. You don't know Italian, so that doesn't mean anything to you, but it's very cute. Anyway, as the girl grew older, the king's son, the prince, fell in love with her. But the other servants were jealous, and they gave her 3 impossible tasks. Anyway, they were very happy together. That's cute. Hello, Andreas. Morning. I hope the day is treating you well. Well enough, though there's too much to do and not enough hours to do it all. The storm made such a mess of the town, and there's the leaks in the roof at home, and there's all that wool, Lord. Are the ewes so near to lambing already? You noticed? Yes, they're just about due, so we sheared them last week. What a trial that was. I must have spent ages washing it all. Have you ever smelled wet, dirty wool? Ugh, there's nothing worse. Now that it's clean, we've got to spin it, and that takes an age all its own. Lord, I don't know where I'll find the time. Surely you won't be doing it all yourself. Sometimes I forget you're from Nuremberg, Andreas. Clara, Hetty, Veronica, Kat, even little Ursula will be there, though she makes mischief more than she helps. At least the work goes quickly with the women working together. Lively conversation helps pass the time. Sometimes we even get visitors. What kind of visitors? Sometimes the men in town will come by to say hello. Peter, George, perhaps even Otto. Given Otto's age and the status of other women in town, he must be there to see you or Veronica. Probably you. Maybe so. Who's to say? He's a perfect gentleman, perhaps too much of one, but I shouldn't be telling you that. It's nice. I enjoy spending time with him. I didn't realize men were invited. Might I visit? You're welcome to come. I'm sure the others would be glad of your company, too. Johann Bauer will be there to keep an eye on us. As long as you stay outside, I can't see what harm you visiting would cause. I'll consider it. Come on. Everyone will be glad to see you mingling with regular folk. Hetty especially. She worries you think too highly of yourself. Which one is Hetty? I don't think I've met her. I'm not sure if I've met her. Oh, she's the miller's wife, isn't she? That was mentioned earlier. We meet at Johann Bauer's home. Come by in the morning or afternoon and speak to Johann. I should get back to work. It's a pleasure running into you, Andreas. Be well, Abel. Okay. Considering my journal, I could learn something about who would have wanted to kill Lorenz. They meet at Johann Bauer's house just off the Commons. I think that either the spinning bee or the Baron and the nun is what's going to give me the lead on what I need to know. If there was somebody who was able to pen a note in good writing, I feel that might be related to the miller. In terms of people, let me check on Hetty. Let's see. Oh, it is alphabetical. It just starts me in the middle of the alphabet. Hetty. Yeah, it's Hedwig Bauern, wife of Johann Bauer, mother of Veronica and Hans. Townsfolk like Hetty, but she's known for being loud and brash, and drinking too much, which makes her louder and even more brash. Okay, so, Johann Bauer. Okay, Johann is the, he's the medic, isn't he? Brother of Franz Bauer. Oh no, Johann is a farmer. Is Franz the is Franz Bauer the medic? Franz Bauer married to Kat, the father of Martin. Okay. Well, Martin's a little shit. Still trying to get a good understanding of everybody in town. They fixed that fence fast. Oh, they keep bees. Andreas, was just wondering when you'd turn up. The gaggle said you'd come to watch them spin. Between you and me, Hetty's not about to let you go once she's got you in her claws. So I hope you've got a few hours to hunker down and get comfortable. I'm happy to spare a few hours. Hetty'll be glad to hear it. She's got a fondness for you, heaven knows why. Now, I can't let you inside among the unmarried girls, being unmarried yourself. But you're welcome to watch through one of the windows. You don't need to worry about me. Good. Nothing matters more for a young woman than her reputation, and Ava and Veronica won't be getting a poor one on my watch. That idiot never did see trouble he didn't want to jump in feet first. You don't think he's gone to Innsbruck? Lord, no. Innsbruck got to be small time to the little shit now. You think he has something more exciting in mind? Look at the little... It's a big world. Perhaps he intends to explore it or escape. That nobleman was just murdered up at the Abbey. They're talking about Martin making his way to Innsbruck. Oh, Lord. Do you think Martin could have, What motivation could Martin possibly have? It's not our place to say. Martin has a nasty little habit. He's gotten better. Once a thief, always a thief, I say. I saw Martin running away from the Abbey the morning Lorenz was killed. God, no. Martin might be a thief, but I don't think he's a murderer. He's a coward at heart. You think it takes a brave man to commit a murder? Not a brave man, but a bold one. Martin's not that. He's your problem, Cat. What do you think? Could he have killed that man? Come on. This is a matter best left to the proper authorities, not a spinning bee. Imagine being tried by a gaggle of peasant women. That's unkind, Johann. It's the truth, isn't it? Doesn't matter if it hurts your feelings. Remind me, Andreas, whose home are we in? Oh, lay off him, Johann, Jesus. Andreas, if you're just going to stand around, how about I put you to work? If you're going to gossip with the girls, you might as well spin with them, too. Why not? How does this work? Draft wool from the distaff and twist it tight, then spin the tight yarn onto the spindle. Once there's enough yarn on the spindle, collect it at the bottom and begin again. Draft, twist, spin, collect, repeat. You'll figure it out. Oh, hell, shit. Damn thing. Oh, I see. Got it. Okay, I see. I took Ursula to play with Gret's daughter the other day, and there was a strange man in the bakery. Was he polite to you? I can't believe Ulrich would stand for anything less. He was very reserved, dark-skinned, quite tall, and wearing a tunic. He liked the rye bread, I remember. Who is this man? Why am I just now hearing about this? I believe he's staying at the Abbey. That must be Brother Sabat. Brigitte and I have saw him walking up there after visiting the shops. He seemed lost. Where is he from? Does he speak German? Christ, I hate being the last to know. I saw Big Jorg talking to that nun again. The young one. Who can blame him? God damn it, Johann. He knows she's trouble. I told him to stay away. She's very pretty, isn't she? In a mean way. Pretty, perhaps, but a nun all the same. He knows better. When has that ever stopped Big Jorg from doing anything? We have plenty of pretty girls here in town. My Veronica's not half bad. Mom? Let's not give Andreas any ideas, eh? Brigitte has been spending a lot of time at her mother's house lately. Agnes is glad to have her home, and Lucky's always treated her like a daughter. I can tell they're concerned. Are Brigitte and Martin having trouble, Veronica? That's one word for it. Brigitte does what she can, but nothing pleases Martin. He won't lift a finger for her or Wolf. He's such an asshole. Well, that's his business, isn't it? Women's work and all that. You ever see him doing much men's work, Dad? Can't say I've ever seen him do much work at all. Perhaps Lucky can talk some sense into Martin. He's always been a devoted husband and father. Lucky Steinauer is the model of what a man should be. Yeah, it's Otto. Is everyone behaving themselves in here? Oh, it's you. Afternoon, Otto. Come to see anyone special? Hello, Otto. It's good to see you. I heard laughing from the road and knew you all had to be up to no good in here. And look, there's Andreas. Have you been minding your manners? Old Johann here's a real stickler for propriety. I fear I've been yoked to the wheel of propriety my entire life. Right, what was I thinking? You're probably going to take everything you hear to the abbot. As if the abbot cares what the common people think. I could be here to flirt with a young woman, you don't know. Oh, Lord. Too much time with those books, Andreas, and not enough time working. No wonder you're not married yet. We all know you work hard in the fields, Johann, no need to boast. He works hard in other places, too. Mom? You've been in town a few months, Andreas. Got any burning questions you've been meaning to ask? About Tassing. Do you see much of the monks and nuns in town? Why would we? They think they're better than us up on their fancy hill. They mostly keep to themselves, don't they? Observing the hours and all. I can hear them singing sometimes when the weather's right. It's nice. There are a couple who do their shopping in town. A fat man, very cheerful, and a serious woman with a stern face. You must mean Sister Matilda. She's a sweet woman. It's a Oh! Never mind. Ava, shush. Fat man is kind. He always says good morning. What are you not telling me? Nothing, Master Mailer. There are no secrets in Tassing. Except for all the open ones. The fat monk is an all-right sort. Caught a pilgrim troubling my Veronica once and set him right. He's really strong, and he has a very loud voice. A very loud laugh, too. I wasn't aware you ladies paid such close attention. Jealous of a monk, Johann? Hardly. A man who's taken a vow of chastity is no threat to me. Certainly not. Good Lord. I notice you don't say much about the sister. Sister Matilda. She's pleasant enough when she comes to town. She's more friendly with Gret and Ulrich than the rest of us. Gret and Ulrich... Is that the miller and the miller's wife? Can I can't check my journal here and now. How is it you know everything about everyone, Ava? I pay attention. Smart. Huh. Are you bored, Andreas? I'm bored. No more talk of monks and nuns, please. So something happened in the past regarding Sister Matilda. Come on, Andreas. Surely you've got better questions than that. How have you been weathering the storm? Things have been hard all over town, especially for the farmers. We haven't the money or labor to spare to do extensive work on our own, so we used to rely on Otto here. But the abbot's got me fixing all his shit instead. One of the brothers mentioned the abbot had you replace the scriptorium's roof. At the expense of the rest of the town, he did. Remember those leaks in our ceiling after the storm? We meant to have Otto fix them, but... And the abbot's got lucky repairing his walls and fences instead of ours. Ah, that must be how the sheep got out. It seemed unlikely to me that you'd let it decay to such a degree unless you had to. That wall's been on the edge of collapsing for seasons now, but Lucky's been too busy with Abbey work. So we had to have Martin do it, and look how that turned out. It's a shameful business, but then those Abbey types wouldn't know real shame unless it bit them on the ass. Even then, they probably wouldn't feel it under all that padding. I don't know about you girls, but I'm sick of this war. I'm sure we've got other chores to get to. I'm glad to have that over with. Now I don't have to think about wool for a whole year. Oh, I was having such a nice time. I certainly learned a lot. Care for an escort home, Ava? I'd like that, yes. I expect everyone will be on their best behavior going home. They always are. Johann, please. Andreas, will I see you home for supper? I'm not sure what my plans are this evening. This was very illuminating. Thank you all for letting me join you. Thanks for coming by, Andreas. Come back anytime. Unless you come on Abbey business. Don't threaten him with a good time, Johann. Okay, that gives me a better lead about who I should be talking with in the Abbey. Okay, mealtime. I could go try to talk to the Widow Kemperin here. In the Abbey... Oh, it looks like I can take a meal in the refectory. But, per the rule, they're not supposed to talk while eating. That doesn't seem like it would go well. I'm gonna look into the Widow Kemperin. What's this? It looks like it might be a kind of pagan ritual. Those wood carvings are quite curious. So this would be the widow Ottilia. Hey Mailer, you seen my son? I saw him running from the Abbey Thursday morning, actually. That fucking rat. That layabout was asleep when I went into the fields. He told his mother he was sick. He say anything to you? Like where he was going? He told me to eat shit, actually. God damn it. Must be his mother's influence. He sure as shit didn't learn that behavior from me. If you see him again, will you tell Kat? She's driving me crazy about it. I'll let Kat know if I run into him. Good. Until later, Mailer. Until then. Oh, forgot to ask. You hungry? Want to eat with the family? Perhaps another time, France. Fine. It might be that the person I can eat with here is France Bauer and not the widow. Yeah, I don't think the widow's willing to feed me, but I'm assuming I can't go in and talk to her then. Well, maybe I can. You want something. So I can step in here, but I can't talk to her. This must be Rannig's cane. It's strong, sturdy, and here, the head is broken off. Break looks recent, but Attilia used this cane to kill Lorenz. Attilia, your husband's cane is broken. Do you remember how that happened? How should I know? Everything in here is broken and falling apart. The head broke off at some point. I don't remember how. Alright. Ah. Okay. That's an interesting bit of evidence. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to talk to Attilia over lunchtime. In that case, I think I should find out who it is in the Abbey that I can talk to at the guest house. I've already been doing a lot around the village regarding gossip. God be with you, Andres. The miller is another point of interest. The mill is part of Outer Tassing. It looks like I can't get a meal there. Oh. Is this, the wife, Lady Salamea? Ah, Master Mailer, would you care to share dinner at my table? I would like to talk to you about my late husband. Of course. Please lead the way. Thank you. Please sit. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. I find myself rather out of place here without the comfort of the Baron. Thank you for agreeing to share a meal with me, Master Mailer. Of course, the honor is mine. You must have been staying nearby to arrive here so quickly. You're an observant man, Master Mailer. Indeed, I was staying in Innsbruck while my husband visited the Abbey. Menthol cheese and wheat, frumenty, whale. We'd meant to take a tour of the Alpine towns before returning to our home in Worms, but, well, return we shall. I'm sorry for your loss, my lady. This sorrow is just the first of many, I'm afraid. Are you married yourself, Master Mailer? A woman waits for me in Nuremberg. When I finish my work here, we will be wed. Do you not look forward to the responsibilities of marriage, Master Mailer? Perhaps it is no surprise you and Lorenz became fast friends. I imagine he saw something of himself in you. Oh my. He even gave you one of his pins. He must have been quite fond of you. And I chose to wear the pin so she can make note of that right now. I need to pry here. I need to be rude. You mean to say you knew of his excursions? Master Mailer, very little of a husband is mysterious to his wife, no matter what he may fool himself into believing. Lorenz was a flawed man. His various infidelities were no secret to me. But are we not all flawed before Christ? I loved him as a wife should properly love her husband, but I would not say we were friends. I only hope his appetites are not what led him to this end. I've been searching for the answer to that quandary myself. Were you and Lorenz so close that you would trouble yourself so? I fear the abbot and the archdeacon will be led to inaccurate conclusions by circumstantial evidence. My mentor, Brother Piero, was found with the Baron's body, but I do not believe he killed your husband. If not him, then who? There are many possibilities, both here, at the Abbey, and in town. Your husband has managed to cultivate many enemies in a short time here. That does sound like Lorenz. He was a man of many opinions, and he gave them freely to all who would listen, and some who would not. The previous abbot, Father Matthias, seemed to appreciate that about him. This new abbot is perhaps more conservative. Father Matthias was an open-minded man, from all I've heard, a true scholar. Father Gernot doesn't share Matthias's passion for the written word, yet endures the expense of it. To be put in such a position would make any man unhappy. I understand. I wonder what he will make of Lorenz's gift to the Abbey. What gift was this? It seemed to be a little thing of more interest and value to my husband and the former abbot than Father Gernot. Talking about the book. He had found a book about the history of Tassing. He believed it contained some scandalous details. He said it corroborated fears Father Matthias had expressed, but he didn't share the particulars with me. Was the appearance of the book peculiar or noteworthy in any way? Maybe one of these. I need to find this book. It was neither large nor small, bound in blue leather. Unfortunately, I never examined it closely. My apologies. I'm sorry I can't be of more help. I have some education, but I lack my husband's thirst for knowledge. If you find the book, hopefully its significance will be apparent. Do you plan to stay in Tassing Law? Only so long as it takes the Archdeacon to investigate my husband's murder. Though the circumstances of my time here are dire, I'm in no hurry to return. Why is that? I shouldn't. I see a glimmer now of what Lorenz saw in you. You are a disarming man, Master Malin, and much too easy to talk to. To be frank, I do not know what will become of me when I return to Worms. My title and residence may be in jeopardy. Lorenz and I have a son, but he is young yet. I don't know many of the legalities, only that my position is at some risk. Would you like me to elucidate them for you? I studied imperial law. Ah, thank you. But no, I fear it would only heighten my unease. I'm sorry to cut our conversation short, but I fear I must rest. Thank you for having me at your table. All right. There are two things I want to follow up on in the Abbey. One of them is the circumstance involving maybe a couple things. Good day, Andreas. Now, there is one other thing of import. The body was found in the chapter house. Am I able to get into the chapter house right now? I can. This bloodstain is awful. Must have been left by the Baron before he died. But how? That is a good friggin' question. I don't see anything odd within the mural. Wait, one of the candles is off? No, two of the candles are out. They're bracketing at either side. So, any blood that was outside probably wouldn't have remained there. Andreas, I'm sorry about what is happening to Brother Piero. I do not know him well, but I find it hard to believe he could have killed the Baron. Do you have any idea who might have done it? Do you see anything? Sadly, no. Most mornings I spend my time reading in the courtyard. The rain made that impossible. And although the brothers are friendly, I do not know them well enough to speculate. I am sorry. If it would help you keep your spirits up, I would like to offer to eat with you. Well, you and some of the townsfolk. I have become acquainted with the Alban family, but not feel comfortable making this offer myself. If you could approach them on my behalf, I would appreciate it. The Gospel says that man cannot live on bread alone, but from time to time a little bread is required. Perhaps later. Of course, I understand. God give you health. Until later. Okay, so Sebat and the Alban family can be talked to at the same time. That might be useful. What would I think the Alban family could know? Oh, I can see my possible investigation points. So there's an investigation with the midwife specifically. To an outer... yeah, that's the midwife, the widow Kemperin. And then it's not indicating anything here in the abbey, but I have ideas. Can I talk to Brother Piero, Woslav? Sorry, Andreas, I can't let you down there. Father Gernot doesn't want anyone talking to Brother Piero before the Archdeacon arrives. Just a few minutes. I really shouldn't. I need to talk to him. I'm sorry, I can't. I understand. No, you're right. I'll leave it alone. It's possible that Brother Piero has seen something of import. Talking to him would be pretty useful. I don't see anything that's different here in the garden. Andreas? God bless you, Father Gernot. I wanted to speak with you on behalf of the Gertners. Gertners? What about them? I'd like to negotiate a better rate on their behalf, or I told her I'd talk to you about the matter. You are an artist, Andreas, not a banker. Financial agreements between the Abbey and the Gertners are none of your business. Maybe not in the long run, Father, but I hate to see them struggling. Can't we discuss something? Gersau owns the land the Gertners farm. They have a financial responsibility to the Abbey. It is not only my right to tax the farmers, but my responsibility to provide for my brothers and sisters. I'm sorry, but the Gertners will have to find their own way to pay what they owe. God bless you. That's too bad. I think my only way to get something better to happen out of all of that would have involved, I would have had to not speak out during the dinner. I think that's the definitive moment where if I want to be getting on well with him, that's what I would have to change. Monument to the founder of the Abbey. It's fairly recent. The funds were donated by her descendants. Brother Gerhard has been dead quite some time. Why is his grave disturbed? A disturbed grave? The apple trees have only started to bloom. It'll be months before they bear fruit. Yeah, I mean, having not gone through the cemetery, it looks like we've gotten a bit of information. Good day, Andreas. Oh. This looks like the same script that was on the message that was held by our dead guy. Smells recent. Probably wasn't burned more than a day ago. There are deep indentations in this parchment. Whoever wrote on the page above it must have been angry. I wonder if I could make a charcoal rubbing on this page and reveal the content of the writing. It's signed by Ferenc. Aha! Here is an Alpine day. It's a letter to the Baron from Prior Ferenc. Ah, this must be where Ferenc wrote the letter I found in the guest house. Lorenz was blackmailing Ferenc. It's the same text. I still don't know how to connect the elemental symbols on the Volvel with the astrological symbols on the cipher. Yeah. So, how would we relate the elements and astrology? I'm not familiar with all of these, but it's just that there's like I could probably pull up a reference and do this. Let's see. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Mm-hmm. The ones I recognize most specifically, I believe the second to last is Taurus. The third one I believe is Virgo. The one that is above the like W character is Aquarius. So, for instance, since it's currently on that, and the symbol beneath it is that like W thingy, that would be a G. I'm sure there's a book I could use in the library. Find a way in after dark. If all else fails, perhaps I could ask Werner Stolz. He lives off the North Commons. Since he doesn't like me much. Okay, if I can get it in the library after dark, we can get into the library after... it won't let me actually turn the cipher until I've gotten that far. Can I confront Ferenc?
What an awful time, awful time. Baron murdered at Kiersau. These are dark days indeed. Brother Piero, I admit. I would have never thought of the type. What could have possessed him? Piero's a half-step from the grave. You really think he could have killed a man in his prime? School your tongue, Andreas. A murderer he may be, but the man is still your brother in Christ.
Do you need something?
Came across an interesting letter from you addressed to the late Baron Rolfagel. What? Where did you get it? Lorenz's manservant Miklau. He thought I might shed light on who killed the Baron. It's not as it looks. He meant to coerce me into performing a ritual to help him with a condition.
Is this about his spine?
But I refused, as the letter makes abundantly clear. What led him to believe he could come to you with this request?
They may have some history. What could you have possibly had in common? Books. I am the prior of the Curacao Scriptorium, one of the few of its kind left in Christendom. Modest though the abbey may be, our library contains works on subjects rarely found beyond its walls, certainly not all in the same place. For men of certain academic interests, it is perhaps the only place we may meet to discuss them. I've always thought this will help me get in with him. It's a rich area for scholarly insight. The Baron's interest was more than academic. When he wished to make it practical, I refused. There is nothing more to it. Lorenz could have gotten you killed. I did not kill Baron Rothvogel. And I do not care if you believe me. It is simply a fact, which the Archdeacon will certainly recognize. Now, is that all? I have duties I really should attend to. I have a few more questions if you don't mind. Be quick about it. You hid something at your desk. Pardon? And why were you sneaking about the scriptorium? I wasn't sneaking. I dropped a bottle of paint on the floor and was cleaning it up. Be more aggressive. Please, let's. I love to understand things. Scriptorium is my domain, and you are a guest here. As long as that is true, I do not answer to you, but the abbot only. Is that clear? Oh, I'm not going to piss him off that much. I suppose. Praise be. Will that be all from you, then? Be well, Prior Ferenc. Bless you, Master Knight. Okay, I'll have to come in at night in order to get a, in order to get something. Oh. This is not giving me an option. Yeah, okay. Nothing going on from there. I haven't looked into the tower yet. Okay, the bells are here. And that appears to be it. I'll come back and check out the crypt at night. Oh, what is the monastery requiring? Is this the confessional area? Oh no, it's just a small room in between things with no bloodstains. Alright. Let's go into the convent. Gertrude, Matilda. I can't get anything more out of Matilda just yet. Wait, the shovel has blood on the blade. I think Sister Matilda uses it in the garden. I should ask her about it. Sister Gertrude dries and stores all of her herbs here. May I ask you some questions, Sister Matilda? You know, Mother Cecilia doesn't like us talking to men unless it's truly necessary. I have to ask you about your shovel. The garden shovel? I wouldn't say it's mine. It belongs to the abbey. I just use it more than the other sisters. There's blood on it. I recently used it to kill baby rabbits in the garden. The other sisters are too squeamish to do it. I didn't clean it because I was going right back in the dirt anyway. Why bring up the shovel? Oh, I understand. No, I didn't use it to kill the Baron. A man is not a rabbit. Did you receive a strange note recently? Yes, how did you know? Others have received notes as well. What did it say? Here, look for yourself. Remember what he did, the violence you suffered. The red bird flies. Matines. Chapter. Why would it end on the word chapter? Rothfigel, the red bird. In her bed in the nun's dormitory. The only people allowed beyond the garden are the sisters. I can't imagine any of them making this. Mother Cecilia and Sister Illuminata have beautiful handwriting. Both of them have been so kind to me. Thank you for your time, sister. God bless you, Master Mailer. I don't have a consistent Matilda voice. I think she should be, like, higher and tinnier. Okay. I think it's very likely that our culprit is the individual with the distinct smell who fled through the Roman ruins. I want to talk to Mother Cecilia, if at all possible. Hildegard of Bingen. Doors into the convent are locked to outsiders, men at least. Sensible. God bless you, Andreas. God bless you, Mother Cecilia. Is there something I can help you with? I noticed that you took the sisters inside when I walked up with the Baron. What concern of it is yours? Given that the Baron was just murdered, it seems worth inquiring about the cause. Do you not trust in the abbot's judgment? It's not the abbot's judgment that matters, but the archdeacon's. All too true, but you must proceed carefully in your inquiries. The abbot does not want anything to interfere with the archdeacon's investigation. That includes you. Then help me. Help you what? Blame someone else for the murder? Help me find justice. What does justice look like, Andreas? You know that justice does not look like Piero dying for this murder. Someone will die for this murder, Andreas. If it is not Brother Piero, it will be someone else. The killing of a powerful noble cannot go unpunished, especially while he was under the protection of the abbot. Then help me find whoever did it before the archdeacon arrives. I am simply a nun. Why do you think I can help you? I saw how you reacted when the Baron arrived. You must know something about what's going on. Let me flatter her here. Better than the abbot. The abbot sees only the brother's side. You need to watch over the sisters and know what's happening with the brothers. True? All right. I did have a reason to be concerned about Baron Rothfigel's presence. The Baron caused irreparable harm to one of the sisters on his last visit. The damage was severe enough that she had to leave us for some time. What kind of harm? Irreparable. That's why I removed the sisters from his presence as soon as I could. Can I speak with her? I don't think that would be appropriate. I understand this is less information than you likely wanted, but I do not think I can tell you any more in good conscience. Trust me when I say that the victim of this incident could not have killed the Baron. Are there any records on her, on what happened? Yes, we keep records on all the sisters in the library. Not that it does you any good, you're not allowed. Could I ask Sister Illuminata to see them? She won't give them to you. Our records aren't available for outsiders to look through. Sister Illuminata told me there's a secret entrance into the library. Oh? And do you know where it is? I am not going to let loose that I know where it is, but I'm also not going to lie. As I suspected. I'll have to figure this out on my own. Thank you for your help, Mother Cecilia. May God bless you, Andreas Mailer. Irreparable harm done to one of the sisters. My current suspicion is that it's related to Sister Matilda. And I need to pet this cat for completion's sake. Oh, it makes a little meowing noise. That's delightful. Sparing a moment for a bit of pie. Oh. Okay. Got it. So the nuns are here at this shrine early in the day, and then they move. If she was out of the abbey for a time, I do think it was Matilda. It's possible the midwife could tell me more about what actually happened, but I think I have a good picture of it. Okay, so we know that he was looking for occultic help from the prior, probably something related to his spine. I have a new investigation point at the Werners. Why is that? Unable to come to an arrangement about the Gertner's taxes. Sorry. Talk with Lucky. Working next to his house north of the town commons. Head of the cane was missing. Ferenc was defensive and evasive. I can inquire with the town doctor Werner Stolz on the north side of town. I don't need to spend my time on that because I already know my way into the library. And I should go into the library after dark. Left for the day at Compline. This being the case, let's go speak to the widow. I haven't been to the waterfall yet. Rotten and full of bugs. No wonder Otto hasn't split up. Old Otto? We got old Otto and regular Otto. Must flow down from the snowmelt in the mountains above the abbey. I haven't looked over here yet either. Although it's hard for me to imagine how this could have an impact or matter. Yep, seems like an odd old place. It would be unusual to have unnecessary details in a game like this. Everything that exists probably has some point at which it could be interacted with. But Brigida wasn't here before. What was the other information involving Brigida? I would wish you a good day, Andreas, but I fear that would be a lie. Has something happened?
Martin's gone missing. Kat is beside herself. You know where he's gone? I don't. Kat might know. He speaks to her more than he does to me, even though I'm his wife. I'm sorry. They've always been close. They've had to be to endure, well, to endure France. How did you know? You haven't said a word about him. That absence is telling in its own way. France is a difficult man, and very hard on Martin. It's made him difficult, too. So difficult that he could commit a murder? No, no. There's a storm cloud over Martin, but it only rains on him. He would never have hurt someone. I can't imagine it. What are you talking about? It's nothing. An idle question. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. I should probably get back to my chores. Franz will be angry if he sees me shirking, or talking to an unmarried man. God willing, Martin will come home soon. Oh, I didn't mean to click on Martin. He will. I must trust in Providence. Be well, Andreas. Be well, Rita. I didn't think there was much going on with her in this case. So. Using WASDA to control on some of these paths doesn't always work right. Why did the Lord kill your husband?
Well, if it isn't the late Baron's new best friend.
Nice to see you too, Attilia. Sarcasm, how original. What do you want? You must be bothering me for something. I wanted to ask you some questions about Lorenz Rothfigel's murder. Not the first time Perkta answered my call. You want to know what I think? I'm glad he's dead. I hope whoever killed him gets the abbot next. Maybe burns the entire abbey to the ground. And that's all I have to say about it. What did the Baron do to earn your ire? What did I just tell you, boy? I don't have anything else to say on the matter. The life of an innocent man is at stake, one of the elderly brothers. Can't you spare me a few minutes? You think I care about what happens to some old monk? Ha, idiot. Kill them all, see if I care. Every agent of the church should die. I know more than Andreas is saying right now. Don't suppose those skinny arms of yours can hold more than a paintbrush. I'm not so strong as Otto, but I can lift things and reach high places if that's what you need. Not often someone offers to help out old Attilia. Fine, you do some things for me, maybe it'll jog my memory. But it's going to take a while, lots of things been building up, things I'm too old to do. You got some place to be. I'm all yours for the afternoon. Follow me, then. Collecting some firewood. Let's gather you some sticks, then. No questions. Good. There are the trees Otto's been felling for the abbot. Break off that branch there, the big one. If you insist. Good. I like an obedient boy. The abbot can spare a couple goddamn trees. Who cares about poaching a branch off the tree? She knows it too. That's all the wood I need for a while. Can't use all these sticks. They're too big. You'll need to break them down for me.
Sure.
I need the right side at a certain length, so break them and forget the leftover scrap.
Where should I break them?
Now get snapping, boy.
Too big? Too big? This is tricky.
Some of these really small.
That's tricky. She is a picky one. Are you sure this will be enough wood? What if there's a cold snap? Perhaps we should get more.
It'll have to be, won't it? Unless you mean to come around again. I'm an old woman living alone, and summer is coming. Soon I'll only need fuel for cooking, not warmth. Don't worry yourself, boy. I'll be fine.
If you say so, but I worry about you living alone.
I have some mementos from Rannig here. They've gone crooked and I can't reach. Could you hang them for me, Andreas? Easy enough. And please be careful with my pictures, some are very fragile. I would hate to lose them to your carelessness. Think you can hang those papers on the table? I can't reach.
These last two seem very particular.
That looks all right. Thank you for hanging those. Just one thing. Remove the cross.
Are you sure?
Don't you gainsay me, boy.
Don't believe it's the cross that is her problem. There's something more that I've yet to uncover. Taking the cross down might only cause her more pain. I don't want to anger her. What do you plan to do with the cross?
Destroy it, of course. That church never did anything for me and took nearly all I had. Why should I be made to venerate it?
What did the church take from you?
What does it matter to you? Just take the thing down like I asked.
Perhaps I could just move the cross to where you can't see it. I understand that you're angry and hurting now, but you might regret destroying it later. Okay. So, I think that means we don't make it and fail, right?
Yeah. I don't give a shit what it's made from. Ah, you won't remove the cross, then you're useless to me. I've got one last thing for you to do if you're willing. A legal document. I need you to read it. The words are too small for my old eyes, and my reading's not so good.
Nothing would delight me more.
That I have no doubt.
Let me see here. Standard introduction, this document shows, etc., etc. Here we are, the meat of the document. It says, oh, due to the recent death of Rannig Kemper, his lack of heirs to inherit, your inability to pay fees on the land, your property is forfeit to the church. That said, this is all very suspect. I did not complete my law degree, but I smell something rotten in this letter. There are questionable assertions in here. Do you have any documentation on Rannick's lease agreement with the Abbey? No, never seen anything like that. I didn't think the lease was with Rannick. My family's lived here for over 100 years. That's right, she was more wealthy than Rannick. If that's true, it's quite likely the lease is with one of your father's ancestors, not Rannick. If that lease allows for partition of the land, you would have the ability to allow others to farm here in exchange for payments to you. Johann and Franz Bauer never would. They want this land for themselves. There's always the Gertners. If not them, the Pfeiffers or one of the other families near the mill. That could work. I've never had any problems with the Gertners. In any case, it's clear that the Abbey is not being truthful about the existing lease on this property. It seems they used Rannick's death as an opportunity to try to change the existing lease to something more profitable. Yes, Rannick's death. This is all the fault of that monster, Lorenz Rothwigel. If he were alive, I'd kill him myself. May he boil in hell for all eternity. I think it's time you tell me what happened with the Baron. Rannick, my husband, he caught that Rothwigel devil riding through our property and told him rightly to leave. The Baron beat my Rannick for it, beat him so savagely that he took a cane to walk. Even his breathing pained him. Never could breathe deep so long as he lived, which wasn't long at all. Good God. That Baron was the worst kind of man, careless and cruel. He knew he could beat my Rannick and suffer no consequences, so he did. We were not even so low as animals to him. We were furniture. And I knew after Rannick died the church would try to take what little I had left. This document only confirms it. All because of Lorenz Rothwigel. I'm not going to impugn that she might have killed him. Since Rannick left, I'm just waiting to die. Why should I have to go on living when he's gone? He's not even been dead a year. I hoped I would follow him before the church came for what was left of our life. Inheritance laws are cruel to the widowed and childless. Just as the church likes it. Doesn't matter, boy. The laws will never change and nobody cares. It forces me to say this? I'm an old woman, Andreas. Even walking from my bed to the door pains me. How could I kill a man in his prime? Not that it matters. I'm sure I'll take the blame for it anyway, just like I'm blamed for every runny nose and thrown horseshoe around here. The people in town can't wait for me to die, and the Abbey vultures hate me for my contempt of them. None of it matters. Thank you for your help, boy. You're the only one who's come calling since my Rannick passed, you know? Now get out. I need to lie down. I was glad to help. 19 hours remain. Not a lot of time. Okay. In terms of someone to eat with, we've got a couple compelling options. Let me look at my journal. So I know that our plan is to get into the library late at night, and that is probably going to solve a lot of things for us. Notes on Sister Matilda, seeking a way in. Not strong enough. I could talk with Lucky about his argument. He's departed. So, this bit gives us better promise for the Gertners and their taxes. Because they could farm the area belonging to the widow Kemperin instead of their current farm that belongs to the Abbey. Or we could find that the Abbey is misappropriating things. This might relate overall to, This might relate overall to this bit about the history of Tassig. We still don't, Tassing. We still don't know why the history of Tassing is, meaningful or important. Oh, so this is this is us. Huh. Okay, so... We know that we could get involved with the Albans. We could go have lunch with the Albans if we want. Spauer. Yeah. Gret Albanen. And Gret and Ulrich. Our other options for lunch. So there's Franz Bauer, Johann Bauer, the Gertners. Yeah, let's go up to the Abbey and see if we can eat with Sebhat. Sebhat and the Albans. I don't think there's much to gain with the Albans or the Druckers. And I don't think I'm invited to a lunch at the mill. What's this again? Yeah, theoretically a shrine to St. Moritz. Oh, Sebhat's not quite there. There he is. God bless you, Andres. You have time to eat with me and some of the townspeople. At the shrine to St. Moritz. I'll see you there. Until then. Oh, that's a crowd. Oh my, Andres. We did find out that Sebhat is a bit popular with the townsfolk. Yes? Are these all the mothers from Tassing and their children? Well, no, I don't think it's all of them. Helena Pfeifferin couldn't make it. It's a long walk up here in her condition. And Hetty said Hans was too big for stories. Stories? I may have said something about your books. I like stories. Yes, maybe a little too much. All right, I can tell a story. First, let us pray together and eat. This small child is too precious. With the breaking of bread between us, let us recognize each other as Christians and rejoice in our salvation through you. Amen. And I thank you and your husband for this bread, Gret. My Ulrich always says that bread brings people together. I missed this when I was in Florence. They don't have bread in Florence. Where's Florence? South over the mountains. Last week, the blonde lady at our house at the Pretty Clothes, she was from Florence. Blonde lady? Father Gernot eats a white bread, does he not? Yes, the finest wheat is used for the abbot's bread. Why? The abbot is a very important man, Paul. We have a bread in my home that we call injera. We make it thin, round, and wide, and we put our food on top of it. We eat it with almost every meal. As you love the bread of your home, so I miss mine. Oh, what's the recipe? Maybe we could make it. Thank you, but no. We use a fine grain that does not grow here, called teff. Surely someday you'll go home and can have your fill of it.
God willing, yes. Then perhaps a day will come when I miss the rye of Tassing. It is the great danger that comes with the blessing of travel, living a life between worlds.
I don't want to talk about bread anymore. It's so boring. Wrath.
I did say I would tell a story. Children, have you ever seen a Bible?
Father Tom. Yeah, Father Thomas has one. It's huge.
My dad has one. It was printed in Bamberg. Very good. This is a Bible from my home that I brought to give to the abbot. Andreas, do you have a favorite story to illustrate from the Bible? The Annunciation, when Gabriel appears to Mary. A beautiful moment, when Mary learns that she will be the mother of God. Every mother fears for the safety of her children. What a wonder and burden to know that you carry the salvation of all mankind in your womb. Even the ordinary kind are too much at times, but a blessing all the same. Now then, children, you know the story of Jesus feeding the multitudes.
Fish and loaves. My mom and dad make loaves.
This is from our Bible, how we tell the story of how Jesus fed thousands from only a few fish and a few loaves of bread.
Why is everyone brown?
Because where I am from, everyone looks like me.
Why?
Because we are all as God has made us. I know Tassing seems big to you, but the world is so much bigger than we can imagine. There are many people of many different colors all over the world. There are places where no one looks like you or me. It's true.
In Venice, I saw people come from across the Mediterranean Sea.
Ooh.
It's got like a weird head rush. Hold on.
Yeah.
I've been sitting cross-legged and I uncrossed my legs in it.
Whew. Okay. Persians, Moors, Ottomans, each with their own way of speaking and dressing, their own customs.
Did you know the Baron who was murdered? Yeah, that's a subject to bring up in the middle of story time.
Yeah.
I needed someone to talk to. There's no problem. I don't need to cover for the emotional needs of Andreas by deflecting onto whether or not it's okay for a child to think about death. The story of Lazarus.
He was a friend of Jesus. He became sick and he died.
At
But Jesus brought his followers to Lazarus' tomb. He prayed to God, and when they opened the tomb, Lazarus emerged, returned from the dead.
wait, you stole my hat.
I got an achievement. Even the Romans.
Oh, she's wearing my hat.
Why did you ask about the Romans? I saw one come out of their tomb like Lazarus.
Oh, somebody emerging from the aqueduct, you say?
Well, the ruins below the mill, they're Roman, and they all died a long time ago. But I saw one come out the other night. They were in white, like Lazarus. Andreas, what does he mean? I think I may have seen something similar the other evening. Really? Where? The same place, by the Roman ruins. Maybe Paul did see a spirit of some kind. It's a very dire omen if that is what he saw. I will pray on this.
I maybe should have gone down the rational explanation route, but the phrasing of it didn't seem to be correct in the moment.
God grant you all health.
Okay, we're now into complying.
I should get some sleep, or break into the library. If he sees me, he'll kick me out. I have to keep out of sight until he's passed. Good thing he can't see well.
Oh, it already put me, like, further in the church.
Into the crypt. The foundations of the abbey were built when the Romans occupied this land, not long after the death of Christ. These tomb markers go back centuries, all the way to the founding of the abbey. Abbot Dietrich, the height of Kerzau's power in the 14th century. Those days have long passed. A lovely relief of the Virgin and Child. Shame it's hidden down here. No, that's nothing special. That was it. Now what? If I go up these stairs, it's going to take a while to find the records I need. I'll lose some time tomorrow morning unless I turn back now.
We need to find a lot of records.
What's this? De Urbis Cambriae. The writer is Cadphalius of Salopia. I don't believe I've heard of it. Mugwort and Butcher's Broom. I'm not familiar with their properties, but they sound extraordinary. A beautifully illustrated book, and the author appears to be speaking from his own personal experiences. A wonderful hidden treasure for the Abbey. Don't seem to be getting anything over there. What else can I actually click on in here? Aha, there we go. What do we have here? A bifolium from the Mysteria Astra. I've read a number of treatises on astronomy, but I've never heard of this one. It seems rudimentary, explaining the connections between astrological signs and the elements. That's what I needed. Just in case the game makes me do this manually. Okay, so that would be... It's an earth sign. Oh no, that's an air sign, then an earth sign. Then the V is fire. Then the thingamajig there is water. Fire sign. And oh, that's actually a wind sign, so it's not a G.
Oh, right, because Aquarius is, Is that Gemini or I don't remember. Yeah, and the M thingy, Earth sign, and then that one I knew was an Earth sign. And then the other kind of M is a water sign. That's off there. The next page is about something else entirely. Sister Illuminata must be trying to reconstruct the larger text. The choir this bifolium came from must have been assembled improperly. Wait, that's the connection between the astrological symbols on Ferenc's cipher and the elemental symbols on the Volvel. If I turn the wheel to the element that matches the sign, I can decipher the note he left. Excellent. So I should be able to check that out in the morning. This is most curious. Historia de Labyrintho Liborium. Ooh, this looks cool. What do we got here? Account of the Labyrinth of Books. I'll have to see if I can borrow the book when I have some free time, if Illuminata allows it. Interesting. I can go up this too. Those are some of the books I returned. This looks like the book that might be the blue leather-bound tome. This looks promising. The Familiaries of the Sisters of Kiersau Abbey. Yes. Mother Catherine was the first to enter records, it looks like, almost 50 years ago. Sister Hildegard from the Goldrig family in Ravensburg, quite wealthy. Looks like she became the prioress after Mother Catherine. Sister Cecilia Adelheid. Oh, this is Mother Cecilia's record. Wait, she's from the Welser family. They're one of the most powerful families in Augsburg. It looks like her family donates a lot of money to Kiersau every year, more than my family sees in 10. Sister Gertrude from Hoff, the herbalist, yes. Her father's an apothecary, that explains it. Matilda! The nun's cellarer, she came from Kempton. Merchant family, they donated pigments to use in the scriptorium. Quite thoughtful, I'll have to thank them if I ever get the chance. This is the line. Sister Matilda left the abbey for several months. Why would she go to a hermitage? Seems strange that she's the only entry with such a note. 3 years ago, just before Father Matthias died, which means it was around the time Baron Rothfigel visited. Has to be it. Matilda must be the nun the Baron harmed on his last visit. I should talk to Mother Cecilia again, maybe Sister Matilda as well. So that verifies it for our character. Sister Illuminata. Named Angeline from the Capocci family in Perugia. It looks like they have some connection to Kiersau through an old abbot, Rudolf. Her family donates money to the abbey every year as well. Sophie from Birgitz. Her family is poor, but they donated flour. Lisbeth Oblade. She's from Utrecht. It looks like she had an eventful life before coming here. Married with a child. Both died. Her merchant family has some connection to Kiersau through the Kaufmanns of Rothenburg ob der Tauber. Sister Marguerite. Oh, the blind girl who assists Gertrude. She went blind because of failed surgery on her cataracts. Wealthy peasant family. They donated wool and a pasture in Krimmel. Sisters Dana. This should be good. They donate a fortune to the abbey. No wonder Mother Cecilia and the abbot let her behave as she does. I think that is all of our important follow-ups on things that required the library. So we can follow up on Sister Matilda by talking to her. We're still stuck on Prior Ferenc. We haven't talked to Lucky. Okay. Yeah, looks like Sister Matilda is our strongest lead right now. I think this is the book that is the history, but I'm not sure. I wouldn't necessarily expect the histories to be sitting in the library. It's a missing book, after all. Oh! Oh! Well, that's something. What in the... Shit. Talking to them could get me a lot. Oh, well, hello, good evening. What? What are you doing here? Andreas, what is the meaning of this? Did you follow us in here? I think I should go with that's between you and God. The first thing to do is to, like, put them off of, like, let them know that I'm not here to rat them out. Threaten them. Say you're gonna tell the abbot they were screwing. What are they gonna do? Oh, man. Yeah. I think I can convince him. I came looking for clues about who killed the Baron. I know Brother Piero didn't do it. Someone else from the Abbey or the town has to be responsible. You know Piero is a good and pious monk. I can't let him die. Oh, good. I can't believe Brother Piero could I'm sorry, it's just so shocking. I pray that God will deliver mercy to Piero and bring the true culprit to light. I'm glad you're doing what you can to help him. It's difficult for the rest of us to act, given the abbot's opinion. How does skulking in the library help you prove Brother Piero's innocence? I'm not sure. Do you know why Sister Matilda was sent to a hermitage? I do recall a period where she was absent, yes. One day she was just gone. I don't know why. I don't normally consider myself with Mother Cecilia's business. I never spoke with her. Wojslav told me that she was sent away to a hermitage for her health. Wojslav might know more. Why does Wojslav know about Matilda's whereabouts? They're both cellars and have reason to go to town on behalf of the Abbey. Just as you have more contact with Sister Illuminata than I, Brother Wojslav has more contact with Sister Matilda. In any event, I wish you good fortune with proving Brother Piero's innocence. I trust you will keep all of this to yourself. So long as you do the same. Of course. I will not say anything to the others. We should go. Good night, Andreas. I could have said all of what to be coy about it, but I didn't feel the need. It's possible that I could have sought some leverage on them. We're dreaming again. I've learned a lot, but have I learned it fast enough? This figure, the shape of this town, why enable me to walk around this? What's the meaning of walking around in a space like this? When are you coming home? Dad, I'll be home soon. I'm a little nervous about this girl, Sabine. Don't worry yourself over it. I barely knew your mother before we were married. Besides, you need a wife if you're going to start your workshop as a master. That's the law. Yes, of course. You're not going to quit this like you quit university, are you? No, of course not. Good. If it weren't for the work I did for the rector, you would never have had the opportunity. Most people never get a second chance after they throw away something like that. I know, Dad. We'll see you when you get back. Sure, all right. Oh, it's you. I only have the picture of you, the one my brother Daniel made. I really don't have any idea what you're like. So, what are you like? Please don't imagine me telling you in your own mind. Why? You'll imagine I'm wonderful or imagine I'm horrible. Either way, it's not fair to me, is it? The real you. To none of us. Fair. I'll see you soon, Andreas. For real, I mean. I suppose that's true. Until then. Welcome back, Andreas. It's been too long since you have graced this court with your presence. Apologies, Your Majesty. My mind has been preoccupied by a tragedy at Piersau Abbey. What manner of tragedy? The murder of a nobleman, close friend of the Prince Bishop of Freising. My friend, Brother Piero, is the abbot's only suspect. I know that he could not have done it. How do you know? Examine your assumptions, my son. In addition to having no motive and violence not being part of his character, he's not physically capable of it. He is of limited strength, has a palsy in his hand, makes holding a paintbrush difficult. It's inconceivable that he would have the strength and resolve to kill the Baron with a blow to the head. A whole lot of inconceivable shit happens on this hell of an earth, Andreas. I believe it is extremely improbable. What do you intend to do about it? When I'm brought before the Archdeacon, I'll tell him what I know about other people who had motives to kill the Baron. I have to believe he'll see there are much more likely suspects than Piero. Why have you taken this task upon yourself? I have to save Brother Piero's life. Your love for and devotion to him speaks well of your character. A man who is humble before his elders honors also his gods. Of course he'd say that, old man. He's right, though. If Andreas doesn't help him, no one will. Exactly. I can't understand why the brothers and sisters cannot act against the abbot. I understand why the brothers and sisters cannot act against the abbot. I must do something. What does that shit for brains abbot care about the death of a useless fart like Lorenz Rothmigel anyway? The Baron had good and bad qualities. I think he was probably killed as revenge for what he did these few years ago. But no, that can't be it. Something about the book he was bringing, the discrepancy in the history, must be a threat. The existence of the Abbey was under threat. A threat greater than the threat that would be sustained by the killing of Lorenz, perhaps. Andreas's ability to prevent Piero's death depends on the judgment of the Archdeacon. Wise or foolish, corrupt or just, the Archdeacon will be the first and possibly final arbiter of Piero's guilt. Andreas must win the Archdeacon to his side, using the tools favored by men such as him. Reason? Ha! When's the last time you met a man who was truly ruled by reason? Wisdom? Wisdom can be shared, but the audience may not comprehend it. Authority. Despite your talent, you are merely an artist. He has been invested with power by the Prince Bishop of Racing. You have no authority with him. You must be honest in all things, Andreas, but many are not willing to accept the truth, and the cost of honesty can be high. What am I left with? Oh, lies. Truth. Above all, faith in Providence. Well, what do you plan to tell the Archdeacon of this? There were other people in Kiersau and Tassing who had motives to kill the Baron. The widow Kemperin despised Lorenz for maiming her late husband. Maimed how? The Baron beat him savagely following an argument about trespassing on the Kemper's farm. His injuries were so severe that they never truly healed, and he needed a cane to walk. He died less than a year ago. Attilia is certain it's because of the wounds he received that day. Why did the two quarrel? My understanding is that it was simply an argument about trespass that got out of hand. And now I suppose that she will lose their home. My apologies, his home. It's not his home. Should an aged widow not live out her remaining days in peace? She should, but she won't. She didn't squeeze out any little Kempers for old Rannig, so away the house goes. Because women must fight to own property. We exist on the sufferance of men. It's easy to understand Attilia's anger. A good man does not sit idly by while injustice flourishes around it. What the hell is a half-trained artist with half a university degree going to do against the might of the Holy Roman Empire, idiots? You have established a motive for the widow, Andreas, but there is another matter that requires inquiry. While women and men are equal in most natures, women are weaker in strength. How could a woman of Attilia's age overpower a healthy man like the Baron? Have you found anything that she could have used to kill the Baron? Yes, her husband's cane. The head is missing. It seems to have broken off. Poetic, if killing the Baron was the cause. Are there any others you suspect? Friar Ferenc feared the Baron would report his occultic interests to inquisitors. How so? Friar Ferenc and the Baron shared a fascination with the occultic texts. The Baron was pressuring the prior into performing a ritual for him while he was visiting Kiersau. When Ferenc refused, the Baron threatened to turn him into the Inquisition. I have to just read this for a bit and stop speaking it out loud because it's really starting to mess with me, which I think means that we may not be much longer on for this stream. Ferenc is likelier to be the culprit than than our mentor, but I don't think he's the one who did it. Not finding the weapon is noteworthy. I suspect the weapon may be stashed in the abattoir. It was indicated that the thing that dealt the blow to him could have been something like a pig hammer. Alright, time to meet the day. I think I'll refresh my coffee. I'll keep going for as long as I can. I need to go to the aqueduct and see if I can enter it. You will be summoned to the Archdeacon to tell him what you know, but you need not tell him everything. I'm not going to share anything about Brother Ferenc. There is a place for a noble lie. This is not one of them. Why? The Baron is dead. All of the people with a motive to kill him suffered, either directly or indirectly, from his wickedness. Simply mentioning a name to the Archdeacon may endanger them, whether they had anything to do with the murder or not. Okay, I've got a small amount of time. Yeah, and I lose the mourning period because of sneaking into the library. There is a brother from the Abbey here to see you? He did not tell me his name. The big man who does the shopping for the monks in town. He seems quite rattled. Boleslav. There you are. What's the matter? It's the Archdeacon. He's come early with an entire retinue in tow. He's questioning everyone who knew the Baron and Brother Piero. I've already told him the little I know. He expects to speak with you today at Nons. He requested you specifically. I went to the Gertners at Vespers, to try to warn you, and you never showed up. Where were you all night? No, I don't. I'm a monk, for Christ's sake. Anyway, he's questioning everyone in the chapter house, and he's keenly interested in you. It's no secret you've been poking around the town and the Abbey, sticking your nose in the rot. I hope your prying has borne fruit, or Piero's neck will meet the sword. If only I had a couple more days. Whatever happens, Piero knows you've been working hard on his behalf, and he's grateful for it. Only, Andreas... What is it? It's just, you know as well as I do that the Baron was not a good man. I'm not saying he deserved what he got, just you think hard about what you tell the Archdeacon and who you tell him about. You understand? You don't need to worry. I found nothing that implicates you. You didn't do it, did you? It's not me I'm worried about. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout. You don't deserve that. All I'm saying is, if in your searching you heard anything about a certain sister, I'd ask you keep it to yourself. I'll do what I can to protect the sisters from censure. That's all I would ask of you. Be well, Andreas. I will pray for Piero's deliverance tonight. You should as well. It would not be too unexpected for this story to turn out like a Murder on the Orient Express, where there could be a lot of people involved in this. Certainly makes sense. I haven't seen or spoken to you the whole time. Are you Joseph? That's right. Well, Sepp Hubner. Oh, then Sepp it is. You're the artist staying with the Gertners. Yes, Andreas Mailer. I work in the Abbey Scriptorum during the day. Oh. Didn't need to click on that. I think I've seen you in the meadow on your way to and from.
Anyway, I live out past the mill, farm the land there with my family. I came into town to talk to Endress about some nails, just waiting for him to finish up. Thanks. Nice meeting you, Andreas. Until later, Sep. Okay. There are two things that I am most immediately concerned with. What are you up to, old Otto? Care to eat dinner with me and Otto? Can't just now, but thank you. As you like. Yes, there's old Otto and young Otto. I want to go to the Roman ruins first. Oh, this didn't put me where I expected. Oh, I must have accidentally triggered the one on the bottom instead of the one on the top. Morning. You're the Gertner's boarder, aren't you? How could you tell? You've the sallow look of a man who doesn't see the sun much. Quite unlike the Gertners. They're rustic folk, to be sure. There's only one. The only one among them with a mind is Ava. There's a smart girl. How is she, by the way? She's fine. Why? I'm only curious. She used to bring their barley to me, but Peter insists on delivering it now. A shame. Shown some curiosity about the mill. I'd hope to foster that. It's a handsome mill. She's the only windmill in Bavaria, did you know? Constructed in exacting detail from Dutch specifications. The gem of the Alps. And none of the incurious dolts here can appreciate it. Except you. I suspect they have more urgent matters on their minds. I should be going, until later. Until then, Mailer. Collapsed. At every time I've looked at it, it's been collapsed. I haven't seen similar children's drawings at any point, right? But this was the child who remarked on it. Paul. Hello. All right. I don't think we've talked before. I'm Andreas. I'm staying with the Gertners. You're not a farmer. Why are you living with the farmers? They're letting me board with them while I work in the Abdi's scriptorium. You're a monk? I'm an artist. Oh, like you do drawings? Drawing, painting, calligraphy. If it goes in a book, I can put it there. How do you get money? I have helped the abbot with the scriptorium's commission. Art is a job, just like being a miller is a job. But it's also a calling. My dad says drawing's stupid. It's not worth anything. Do you like to draw, Paul? Yes. More than anything, but I have to do it where Dad can't see. He gets mad. I'm sorry to hear that. But if it means a lot to you, maybe he doesn't need to know. Can I tell you a secret? Sure. Sometimes I draw on the ruins in the meadow where Dad can't see. What do you draw? Cats, Mom, I don't know, stuff. I probably shouldn't be talking to you. Dad won't like it. You're probably right. I'll go. Until later, Paul. And hey, keep drawing, all right? So Paul is the artist out there. But that doesn't give me more to... doesn't really give me more about the ruins. Yeah, these must be Paul's drawings. It's got an angel reaching for a fish. None of the drawings seem reminiscent of the mysterious thing or the mysterious figure from a few days ago. Okay. The other thing I need to do is translate that secret text.
Any further insights about this upturned grave? Nope. Third hard. Now that I know the connection between the astrological symbol in the cipher and the elemental symbols on the Revel, Frank's note should be easy to decipher. Okay, so, that one, okay, it gives me all the references I need. Basically, this with the W is H, and then, that guy on Earth signs with this is I, and then, be on this for a G. Next is water sign E. I like that it's helping me find the alchemical stuff. I only need to make sure I'm getting these correct. This one's air. H. So it's higher something. This one's an earth sign. This one should be earth sign as well, right? Yeah, it is. Gerhard. As in the late brother Gerhard. How does this connect to him? I don't think it would be an anagram. Yeah, and why Heigerhard? Couldn't be Greek. Okay. If it is, I don't have anything. An abbreviation and a name. So HI is an abbreviation and then Gerhard is a name. What's HI? Ad ignota? Hinc ille lacrimae? Here lies. Here lies Gerhard. Gerhard's grave. So only the abbot's permission to exhume the grave. Might be a little hard to get. Let's see. From what I remember, the abbot was around in the gardens a couple of days ago. Let's see if that remains the case. Yes, it is. Andreas, I trust you are abiding my command to leave Piero and the rest of the monastics in peace. Father Gernot is in a difficult position. He hasn't been at the abbot long and he's young. The elder monks don't respect him. A friend of the prince bishop murdered under the roof of his abbey. It doesn't look good. If I represent a threat, I don't want to threaten his authority. You should be careful not to alienate Gernot before the archdeacon arrives. I'm going to say maybe. I am satisfied I have the Baron's killer well in hand. If I am not mistaken, truth is for the archdeacon to uncover, not a journeyman artist who's not even a part of this community. There's more at stake here than you understand, Andreas. That may be, but I can't in good conscience let an innocent man face death while a murderer runs loose. That's why I've come to you with a request. And? I have reason to believe Prior Ferenc. Ferenc is Gernot's assistant. The brothers chose Gernot over Ferenc because they didn't find Ferenc trustworthy. Gernot may not either. I could keep Ferenc's name out of it entirely, but then my reasoning would sound rather vague.
What does that have to do with the death of Baron Rothfagel? Baron Rothfagel was stabbed. We know the murder weapon used to kill him. Brother Piero was found holding it. The Baron's stab wound was self-inflicted. He was killed by a blow to the head. How do you know this? I recall telling you to stay off Abbey grounds after the body was discovered. Florian let me watch his investigation against the abbot's wishes. It would be ungrateful of me to reveal his disobedience to the abbot. We learn might help convince the abbot that Piero couldn't have killed Lorenz. I have to get him to believe me above all costs. I see. So when I told you to stay away from the abbey, that meant nothing to you. And you admit as much to my face. Fascinating. Well, Brother Florian and I will discuss his role in this farce later. You seem to think I don't care who killed the Baron, or whether Piero is the one who did it. I do. But I have a role to play here, and I can't be seen to undermine the authority of the Archdeacon in stepping outside of it. You take me for a fool. I will not let you exhume Brother Gerhard's body in a hunch. Roping Florian in messed me up. Oh, and the logician background gave me a boost. This is not what I want to say here. That's no good. So much trouble dealing with Gurnot. So I should not have roped Florian in, I guess, but it might have actually put me in a worse state if I didn't. Still have this curious blood stain. I'll be called to talk at Nons, so there's still a bit of time. What can I actually find out in that time if I'm blocked from exhuming this body? I think I don't... well, it's not going to show me investigative leads right now anyway, but that doesn't mean I can't investigate. Father Gernot did not give me permission to dig up Brother Gerhard's grave. I may need to convince Brother Volkbert to help me dig up the grave, or maybe Otto Zimmermann would be willing to help. Brother Volkbert. What's up with that? Novice of Kiersau, given odd jobs around the abbey, known for his innocence and naivete. Or, what was the other option? Zimmermann? Let me go see if I'm able to talk to Matilda. God bless you, Master Mailer. You know Mother Cecilia doesn't like us talking to men unless it's truly necessary. Why did you have to leave Kiersau to go to a hermitage? Baron Rothfagel had an appetite for young women. Neither his marital vows nor the vows of the women seemed to matter much to him. When I was on my way to town one day, he surprised me in the meadow and made his interests clear. I refused his advances. I thought that would be the end of it. This was not enough because he did the same thing the next day. I refused him again. I thought if I was patient, the problem would leave with him. I never thought that the Baron was capable of doing what he did. On the third day, he attacked me. He dragged me into the forest. Is this why he killed... This is what put him in the mood when he killed... when he beat... the widow's husband. Did you kill the Baron? No, I did not. If you don't believe me, do what you feel is necessary.
Father Thomas knows. Father Thomas. We can talk to Mother Cecilia about our problems, but only a priest can hear our confessions. Thank you for your time, sister. God bless you, Master Mailer. Thomas could have acted on this. Thomas has the right build and strength. But on the night of the murder, if it was the night, didn't I encounter Brother Thomas on my way back? Or was that the night before? It's definitely the most suspicious right now. I can't get anything out of him at the moment. Okay, so... I think the Zimmerman house might have been... So, the Zimmerman house might have been indicated. And it looks like I can eat there if I want. There's nobody I can eat with at the Abbey anyway, right now. And I need to have lunch right now anyway. That's the time slot that I'm in. It's going to take me forward to Nons after I eat, I think. Baron for what he did to Rannig Kemper. I get the feeling... Yeah. After Baron Rothfigel's last visit. Let me see if I can talk to Cecilia about that as well. I get the feeling that he probably beat her and Rannig at about the same time. I think those are probably related incidents. Because it's outside of his usual temperament to have gone and beaten Rannig like that. We don't have an indication of why that happened. It's getting into the conversation about Sister Matilda. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Matilda told me. Of course. What happened to Sister Matilda was tragic. Lorenz, the Baron, tried to seduce Sister Matilda. She rebuked him several times. So one morning he attacked her in the meadow on the way to town. He dragged her into the woods. Sister Matilda is a strong woman, but her resistance was met with violence. When pilgrims to the shrine found her, she had been beaten so badly she could barely move. I'm assuming the Baron didn't suffer any consequences for this attack. No, I knew he wouldn't. I also knew that bringing the attack to the attention of Father Matthias would put him in an impossible position. The Baron would suffer no consequences, but the abbot would have refused his continued patronage. I concealed the assailant's identity from Father Abbot, and had Sister Matilda taken to a hermitage near Mittenwald. She stayed there under the care of sisters until she recovered and could return. How did Sister Matilda feel about seeing him here again? Seeing him was hard for her, of course. She defended her virtue from the Baron, but her injuries were severe. Her body recovered in time. Her mind, I don't know if it ever will. She still fights him in her dreams. She wakes in the night screaming, soaked in her own sweat. So it affected her, yes. It still affects her. That doesn't mean she wanted to kill the Baron. You may notice I'm not really doing voices for anybody before. I can't do anything but the most... I can't do anything anymore but the voices that come most naturally to me. It certainly doesn't mean she actually did. Sister Matilda is a faithful servant and a friend of Christ. I believe that truly, Andreas. She is respected and beloved by this community for good reason. I think Brother Wojslav knew the Baron attacked her. He cautioned me against bringing her up with the Archdeacon. No, he didn't know. Perhaps it will come to light now. The Baron has been murdered, but she didn't tell him before. I see. Do not mention Sister Matilda to the Archdeacon, Andreas. I do not believe she could have done this. Of course. God bless you, Andreas. I don't believe Sister Matilda did this or is directly involved. If she's involved at all, it's indirect. Herb House. I have another thought. I need to go out to the forest. I want to investigate the shrine. The relief on the shrine is very, very similar to the relief in the crypt. I can't interact with it. Yeah, I suspect there's something going on with that. Is there anything else from... Oh, wait! Oh my! Veronica, no. You can see us! Are you here for a swim too? I don't think Franz or Johann would appreciate me joining you. Probably not. Oh my god, don't invite him in. Don't worry, Perdita, he won't do anything weird. You won't do anything weird, right? I didn't even know you two were here. Well, we are. You shouldn't be. Should be getting back for dinner, actually. Mom will be wondering where I am. I'm not getting out with him here. I see your dilemma. I'll go. It's fine. It's not. Franz is going to be so mad. Have a good dinner, Andreas. What a fortuitous scene. Wait, there's an interaction point here? Tassing's old salt mine. How the road made money before the Imperial Road. How the town made money before the Imperial Road opened up. Okay. Well, this was a little worth exploring. We found a small interaction. Let's see. All right. I'm thinking that at this point, the person I can lunch with who's likeliest to know something is probably the charcoal burner. I don't think the Bowers or the Gertners would know anything. I can't have lunch at the mill. I suspect they might know something. I don't think either of the Bowers. I've already had lunch once. I've already had lunch with the Albans via Subhat. It's possible I could have lunch with the Albans by themselves. I can't think of anything that the Zimmermans would know, or might know. But I think I'm looking at a possibility. Okay. There's something else about the Zimmermans, and there's one other option. I'm gonna run around and see if I can find somebody who's willing to pop open this grave for me, even if I have to lie about it. Because if I find a murder weapon, that changes the whole equation of what I'm dealing with. I don't think I'm going to find a murder weapon there, though. I'm going to have to check a lot of little rooms. I know that nobody's in the chapter house. Haven't seen anybody in the Loquarium before. Back into the church. I don't see Rutger and or Matthias. Wait, the sacristy is open? rooms of the abbey are stored. The sacristy is also the treasury. The armoires hold all of the vestments. Okay. So I can go in there, but it wasn't useful. I wouldn't expect him to be in the scriptorium. Doesn't seem like there's anything useful here. You know, I could always try talking to him about what's in there. What were you doing in my home? There's some reason you don't want me in your home, Prior Furing. Any secrets you'd rather stay hidden? Any person of manners knows better than to go snooping through others' things. I have nothing to hide. Then why burn the note? What was left was difficult to read, but I could make out the red bird and the teens. It was a strange little thing I found up on my desk after waking up from the teens. It meant nothing to me, so I put it in the fire. Do you know who might have put it there? Surely it's just a loose scrap, but the hand was handsome, you're correct. Unlike anything penned by the brothers in the scriptorium, to be certain. How unsettling. Who has access to your home? Everyone at this abbey. What does it matter to you? It's just a scrap of paper. Similar note in the Baron's effects. The abbot ordered you away from the abbey. Andreas, your cavalier attitude towards Father Gernot's commands. Don't you find the coincidence strange? No. We operate a scriptorium, Master Mailer, and house perhaps the largest library in Bavaria. We are awash in parchment scraps. They multiply like silverfish between the pages of our books. Are you satisfied now? Do you remember what the note said? No, only that I found the contents nonsensical and disturbing. The remaining legible part read, "The Red Bird." You don't know what that could be? A scrap from some bestiary? I couldn't say. My eyes watch the heavens, not the trees. Although, we do not see many red birds at this altitude. Common robin, perhaps, or a swallow. That doesn't matter, I'm telling you, it was nonsense. I know German isn't your mother tongue, but I don't believe for a moment you don't know that Red Bird is Rothvagel. Enough! It was trash, nothing more, and I have naught else to say about it. I think it was a worthy confrontation, but that didn't actually move me closer. Let's see. I still haven't been in the abattoir, if that's at all available. Nope, locked. So the brother who was indicated as the possibility I could talk to for this, still haven't found. Wait, what's this interaction? Oh, that's back onto Large Garden. Okay. Lucas. In the refectory. Hey, Doc. Okay, this is the one. Volkbert. Good day, Andres. Do you need something? Father Abbot said I should help you if you needed, so here I am. There's a matter I need your help with, Brother Volkbert. I suspect there's something hidden in Gerhard's grave. You think you could dig it up for me? Did you ask Father Gernot? I want to help, but I don't think I should unless he says it's all right. Volbert is a kind man, and he always wants to help, but he's also very credulous. Deceiving him would be easy, but... True, what's in this grave could help me prove Ferencz. I'm gonna do something wrong. He says it's fine, but don't ask him about it. Oh, that's good then. I don't like talking to the abbot. He makes me nervous. He's always on edge, and that puts me on edge. I always feel like I'm in trouble when he talks to me, even when I'm not sure what I did wrong. crap. So that is a time-gated interaction, which means I'm not going to have time to do it before I have to go before the, shoot. This is, basically, I pursued 2 leads, and it looks like you can only follow 1 lead to its conclusion before you have to talk to the Archdeacon. Okay. The suspicious thing to talk to the Archdeacon about, and what the Archdeacon's going to be most convinced by, is probably this matter involving Ferenc. I don't think Ferenc is responsible for the murder. I think if anybody, it's likeliest to be Father Thomas at this point. But to implicate Father Thomas, I think I'd have to reveal Mathilde. And I don't know that I'm willing to do that. Something else I'm noticing is that there are a lot of plants around here. There seem to be a lot of cases that involve... there seem to be a lot of circumstances that involve plants and herbs. And I'm trying to figure out how that could fit in. It's outside of my character's expertise. And I don't currently have evidence that... I don't have evidence leading to a poisoning. But if the Baron were somehow impaired, it might have made it easier for even a woman to kill him. Alright. I'm gonna go have lunch with the coal burner. If I have time after that, we'll dig up the body. It was to the left, this way. Hey, who are you and what are you doing?
What?
I haven't seen you around here before. Who are you?
The executioner. Got a problem? Name's Rickert, if you care to know.
Andreas Mailer.
Right. What do you want?
Just saying hello.
How charitable of you. Most folk won't be seen talking to an executioner.
Understandable. People fear anything associated with death.
I'm no philosopher, but I think it's the sword.
Does it even bother you, seeing people shout for another's death?
Why should it? Besides, a few pints and I forget their faces anyway. God, I could use a drink.
I'll leave you to it then. Did you need something, Master Mailer? Would you mind if I joined you for a meal?
Are you sure? Or wouldn't I be? Most decent folk don't like to associate with my kind. They like the charcoal, but they hate the burner.
They're idiots. Let's eat.
Well, then I suppose you're welcome. Is this all right with you, Vexlav?
I suppose.
And, Rickert? Why not? I'm just visiting anyway. Man has a right to eat where he wants. All right, good, good. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts, from which we are about to receive from your bounty. Through Christ our Lord. Amen.
The consistent framing around sharing a meal is interesting.
We have room for more. It'll be all right. If anyone starts any trouble, we've got an official killer to protect us. Heh, true enough. The sword's no good in a fight, and I'm not much good in a brawl. Not many would share their table with an executioner. Thank you for it, Kolar. Just wish you had more beer.
Thank you for the hospitality.
We're glad to have you. How else will Vaclav get his town gossip?
Stop, I don't.
All right, I was only kidding.
I didn't take you for much of a gossip. No offense. I am not, and none taken.
Don't sulk about it, then.
Mountain cheese.
I'm the gossip master, Mailer. I can't carouse with proper people, but I'd like to know what's going on. If you tell me some of your gossip, I'll tell you some of mine. That sounds reasonable. I've heard that Big George, the gardener's boy, is up to mischief with one of the sisters at the Abbey. That doesn't surprise me. The good brothers and sisters may have the townsfolk fooled, but not old Smoky. They get up to all sorts of things in these woods. Oh? Smoky? Probably shouldn't go telling other folks' tales, Kohler. Oh, please. No one around here cares if I live or die. They sure don't care about what I say to people. Until they do. Fine, say what you want. You know that monk and nun who do the shopping in town? I can see where this is going. Nowhere good. The brother and sister, they do more than shop together. They meet in the woods sometimes where no one can see. No one except old Smoky. This guy is great. And do the things adults do, you understand. Christ, Kohler, you think he's an 8-year-old. Watch, it's true. If they're happy, what's the harm? They certainly seemed happy. Very happy, if you get my meaning. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Yes, well. You heard anything else lately? Wish I had more gossip to share. We're just telling stories. Vaxlov knows something about the prior, don't you, Vaxlov? Why are you dragging me into this? Look, either you tell the story or I'll tell my version of it. Stupid. Fine. A few weeks back, I saw that man, the Hungarian, in the woods. He was doing some kind of ritual with blood. Use of blood is often associated with black magic. I don't care what color it is, it sounds bad to me. Whose blood was it? His. He cut his hand in the middle of the ritual and dripped the blood into a cup, I think. He kept repeating some phrase over and over. Sex lux tenebri or something. Scared you, didn't it, Vaxlov? I don't mind if people have strange beliefs. Let people do what they want. I just don't like blood. That'd be a difficult obstacle in my line of work. What's inside the body should stay inside. Require a blood sacrifice so the spirit has something material to work through. Work through? Yes, to do the bidding of the practitioner. That sounds bad. You hear anything else lately? The whole town's built on Roman ruins, right? Pieces of an old town sit underneath the abbey, too. Hundreds of years ago, the Romans built all sorts of things up here, and one day they just vanished. We built on their old bones. You still have to be careful where you step in this forest. You're liable to fall into an old ruin, or get scared halfway to the grave by a ghost. The priest told me there's no such thing as ghosts, Kohler. They're real. Smokey saw one. I think I've seen one too. Oh, then you'll love this. Yeah, who is the ghostly figure that's moving around? It was late in the evening. The moon was high, painting the leaves all soft and silver. I heard a rustling in the meadow, like wind through grass, like whispers. I looked up. This is my favorite part. And there he was, standing in the meadow like he's carved out of moonlight, bent near in half. He looks at me and it's like I've been speared straight into my soul. Just these two eyes like dark pools boring right into me. And his edges, the borders of him, they shimmer, so hard it hurts to look straight at him. I can't help it. Blink, like God himself closed my eyes. This chill wind blows through me, the very breath of winter. When I look back, he's gone. God damn it, Kohler, you're trying to scare everyone with that shit. I love that story. Is that the whole story? You hear a part about the dark eyes, the wind. It's fine, Vaxlav. People don't have a speck of wonder in their whole body. Anyway, these ruins are haunted. Smokey, I have to get back to sharpening knives for the albums. Enough talking. Good to see you again, Master Mailer. Drop by again sometime. Alright, now it's time to go see the Archdeacon.
This place is still very suspicious to me. The Shrine of Saint Satya. An old Roman relief, possibly connected to a Roman ruin here underneath the woods, and how that might apply if Brother Ferenc is out doing rituals in the woods. There's something that's connected to the aqueduct, probably through ruins under the abbey that was used by one of the nuns in the middle of the night. Presumably a nun. It could have been a man. All right. Ulrich, what are you doing here? Looks like everybody's here. Hetty and Veronica. Where am I meeting him? In the chapter house, the scene of the crime. Andreas. Father Gernot. Master Mailer, you think I am unaware of your actions around this abbey in the past few days, you are mistaken. I don't really care what you're aware of. I know that you visited the widow Kemperin and convinced her to question the legal status of her lease. So what if I did? You're trying to trick her. I don't need to trick her. I'm the abbot of Kiersau. I was elected to this holy position by my brothers. I was invested with the power to rule this land by the lance of the Emperor, whose own right is derived from God himself. So forgive me if I do not respect the legal posturings of a failed university student. It doesn't matter if you respect me. What you're doing isn't legal. You don't decide that, and if you interfere again, you will pay for it. Now then, for all your meddling, you will not be welcome in Kiersau after your commission is completed. It's only trying to help Brother Piero. It's too late for apologies. Your days of interfering in the daily life of this abbey will end. I'll leave you to the Archdeacon now. Try not to perjure yourself. God save you, Andreas Mahler. I have to believe that there is some possibility beyond this deadline. Please state your name for our records. Andreas, son of Joseph Mailer, master artist from Nuremberg. What is an artist doing in Kiersau Abbey? The Abbey still has some commissions from wealthy patrons, and I need the money before I return to Nuremberg. Arnold, please write that down. I think we're ready to begin. Of course, Your Reverence. Master Mailer, what was your relation to Lorenz, the Baron Rothvigel? I only knew him for a day, but we were on friendly terms. Do you feel you had a sense of him as a person? No, Your Reverence. That is unfortunate, but I'd like you to try to characterize the man for me. Confident, overbearing, used to getting what he wants. Do you think someone would kill him for that? That seems unlikely. Someone had to have a reason. If not that, something else. Otherwise, it makes my presence here somewhat difficult to explain. Baron Rothvigel was murdered here, in this very room. Someone did it. Father Gernot believes it was one of his monks, Brother Piero. I have met with Brother Piero and questioned him at length. While it seems unlikely that a man of his age and temperament could murder the Baron, he was discovered in flagrante delicto. Technically, he discovered the corpus delicti, but was not caught in flagrante delicto. I am not interested in your clarifications, technical or otherwise, on matters of Latin or law. If you wish to advocate on behalf of Brother Piero, I suggest shutting your mouth until I ask you a question. Piero had reasons to resent the Baron, the loss of his work, the insistence on discussing the writings of the troublemaker from Wittenberg. And as for his age and infirmity, I myself have read many cases in which the man of modest strength succumbs to the temptations of the devil. Once seized by a devilish fever, the poor sinner gains an infernal power that allows him to inflict grievous wounds, sometimes fatal. What I'm saying is that in spite of the curious circumstances, Brother Piero is the most plausible perpetrator of this most vile act. I understand that you are on friendly terms with Brother Piero. You also interacted with the Baron both in the town and the Abbey. Did you witness anything that suggests someone else could have murdered Baron Rothvigel? The Abbey's prior Ferenc was behaving suspiciously the day of the Baron's arrival. He may have had a motive. That is an extraordinary claim, Andreas. The abbot speaks highly of the prior, and he oversees both your and Brother Piero's work, does he not? Yes, Your Reverence. An extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence for me to take it seriously. Why should I take the words of an artist over a respected officer of this abbey? I can provide evidence of Prior Ferenc's motive. Please do so. Baron Rothvigel and Prior Ferenc were exchanging letters about performing a magical ritual during the Baron's visit. You have proof of this. I have a letter that the Prior wrote to the Baron. Hot goss. Tell Jacob Essler immaterial gossip. An implication of necromancy is a serious matter. Prior's position would have been in peril, possibly even his life. And how do you believe Prior Ferenc would have killed the Baron? I pray you will not say it was a magical ritual. I am not certain, Your Reverence. Ah, a troublesome wrinkle. Is there anything else to say about the Prior? I secretly observed... I could bring this up, but what does this lead to? I should say it anyway. Was this an intentionally covert observation? No, I was working alone and had dropped something on the floor. Prior did not know I was there. Very well, continue. He wrote a note, a cipher in a book. It was associated with a Volvel that he used to encode something in it. What did he encode? I am not certain, but it is very suspicious. Would you please confine your remarks to information that leads somewhere useful? No, Your Reverence. Very well. Who else may have wanted to see the Baron dead? A concern I have about Attilia Kemperen's lease with the Abbey. No, but as you represent the Prince Bishop and the Abbot rules these lands, I was hoping you might listen. Please be brief. The Abbot had Brother Guy write a letter to the widow about reclaiming her land. It's based on a false claim. False in what way? They claimed the lease was with the widow's late husband, Radek Kemper. It was not. The lease began generations earlier with Attilia's great-grandfather. What substantive bearing does this have on the Abbot's claim? If the existing lease allows for the widow to partition her land to other renters, she could pay the fees on her land. Yes, if it does. Many peasants and freeholds resort to such measures in hard times. Woo! Got it! Very well, Master Maynard. I shall make my own inquiries after I had completed my work here. Let's return to the matter at hand. It costs me nothing to bring up Martin Bauer, and this might nudge the needle. I don't want to bring up Attilia or Matilda. Yes, his name has come up in my inquiries. My understanding is that he absconded with some of the Baron's valuables. Arnold? Yes, Your Reverence, a silver ring, a gold ring, 12 gulden, 10 groschen, and a book intended as a gift for the Abbey. Thank you. It is my understanding that this boy was known as a thief, but also as a coward. That the theft was from the Abbey's guest house, after the Baron had already left it. I don't need to push this. Very well, Your Reverence. I am not treating him as a serious suspect for the Baron's murder at this time. Who else may have wanted to see the Baron dead? I can think of no one else who could have caused to harm the Baron, Your Reverence. Very well. Are you aware of anything else that might shed some light on this case? Has Brother Florian told you about the note he found in the Baron's clothing? Brother Florian explained how he came to find it and told me his contents. Master Elieger has entered his testimony in our register. I don't understand the implications. Who is the innocent? It's not clear to me either, Your Reverence. Do you believe the murderer wrote it? Wait. That's a good point. If Matilda... I had thought Matilda was sent away for a pregnancy, but it was clarified that she was only sent away because of an attack. So there must be a dalliance with another woman in town. I should have checked with the midwife. But I would only know to check on that after ruling Matilda out, which happened earlier today. So I didn't have time to meet with the midwife properly. And the midwife was an investigation lead, not a meal. So after I woke up today, it was already too late. I understand Kiersau has two, the elderly brother Edok and the younger brother Guy. To be frank, Your Reverence, neither man has the skill to write in this way. There's something else about it, too. The style is just different. It's unlike Edok and Guy's writing, unlike mine. Something about the way the first and second strokes meet on the A and G. I think we still have more time for this, or at least it's possible for us to have more time after this. I may not have accomplished what I need to accomplish in order to have more time, but there's so much left to find out. These strange letters feel like the key to things. I found more notes. Notes written in the same hand, on the same type of parchment, to those who had a motive to kill the Baron. It is deeply troubling, but again, beyond the bounds of my investigation. I thank you for bringing it to my attention. Of course, Your Reverence. Until next time. Until then. Didn't think you were coming to this. It was the prior of the Abbey, if you can believe it. Did you ever talk with him in the Abbey, Andreas? You missed the trial, Andreas. That Archdeacon read all the charges and found him guilty. I think the Archdeacon got it wrong. He's guilty of something. So Ferenc will be executed for this. Otto. I feel that we're still short of the truth. Peace and safe conduct, whatever. I'm obligated to watch. I have to behold what I allow to transpire. For that I thank God and my master who has taught me such art. There's so much more to figure out here. I know this was your doing, Andreas. You know, it was only a matter of time before Ferenc was caught for his interests. Yes, but that was for me to deal with. There's no future for the Scriptorum now without him. Is that really what you're concerned about? You killed a man. You're no longer welcome at Kiersau, Andreas Mailer. I'll send your final payment to the Gertners. May you have a long and successful career in Nuremberg. May you never travel this way again. Has the time come for you to leave us? Afraid so, Brother Piero. This farewell will have to be brief. Father Gannot made it clear I was no longer welcome at Kiersau. Pray that time will soften Father Abbott's heart. I hope he eventually realizes you were only trying to help me. This is a sad parting, but inevitable. I'd hope you'd stay a bit longer. The world needs you more than Kiersau does. You've grown beyond this old abbey and become a master in your own right. I'll miss you, my son. As I will you. Come, your masterpiece is complete. May I see it one last time before you go? Please. All the same, I am excited to see it finished at last. It's a masterpiece, truly worthy of the word. Ah, the composition has changed. The peasants are no longer allowed into the forest. And there's a windmill now. There was no windmill before. The months, the holidays. And it appears you took my advice to heart. What advice was that? Put yourself into the work, not just to interpret other artists' work, but to transform it into something true. This shows the world as it is, as you have seen it, even if it is not what we may want to see. Though it is not my place to say so, I'm proud of you, Andreas. What is this? A scrap of parchment. Do not return here. A warning. Whose hand is that? Is this? It doesn't look like Brother Adoc's or Brother Guy's. Brother Florian and I found a similar note in the Baron's clothing. And I found more notes delivered to others while I was investigating. They must have been written by someone who knew the darkest secrets of the town and this abbey. They tugged at those secrets to kill the Baron, like someone pulling at the threads that had been buried in the past. Frightening thought, but who would do such a thing? God knows. Do not trouble yourself overly about it. Your future lies outside of these walls. I hope that you will have time to visit me once or twice in your travels before the Lord takes me. I'm sure we'll see each other again, assuming Father Gernot doesn't forbid it. We must have faith that better days lie ahead for all of us. God bless you, Andreas Mailer. God bless you, Brother Piero. Alright, I got an achievement for having finished Act 1, which is insane. We return. Are you alright, Master Andreas? What? Are you alright, Master Andreas? Yes, thank you. I was just remembering him. Trying to, anyway. It doesn't come easily anymore. Oh, would you like me to leave you alone? No, Kaspar, it's not necessary. There's nothing to be done about it now. It's too late. Like so many things. Andreas Mailer, never expected to see your face here again. Have you been in Nuremberg for these last 7 years? No, Nuremberg for a few years, but I received some lucrative commissions abroad. Where else have we been now? Okay, so, if I have been to Poland, I'll know Polish, Czech, Hungarian. If I've been to England, know some English and can reference cultural touchstones in London and Britain. I can know French, cultural touchstones from Paris, Tours, and Dijon. and I could know some Spanish and bits of Arabic. Let's see. I'll go with Polish, I think. I still have a pin.
I was in Krakow, the court of King Sigismund. He has a great passion for humanism, as well as new Italian and German art. Did you have occasion to paint the king's physician, Jacob Isaac? Not to paint, but I did meet him. I was surprised to learn King Sigismund had ennobled him. An interesting man. You don't meet many Jews in nobility in Poland or elsewhere. Poland is one of the few places Jews may live in peace, provided the king doesn't have a change of heart. I'm surprised you care at all. In spite of your extensive travels and success, you're still not welcome at Kiersau. The abbot hasn't forgotten what happened. 7 years isn't all that long. I simply wanted to pay my respects to an old friend. I understand why Father Abbot expelled you from the abbey. What were you expecting, a hero's welcome? Tell Father Gernot I'll be staying at the Landau in town for a night or two before moving on. The Golden Hand. I'll tell him, but I can't imagine he'll care. Why is he so rude? God bless you. Now be off.
7 years later in 1525. All right. This is probably where I would like to leave the stream off for tonight because we've been at this for about 6 hours. But there's so much of interest. So this does continue on, and I can learn more. I have to live with the consequences of what has happened so far. Getting Ferenc killed, and so on. Getting Ferenc killed, angering the abbot. This is the course that we will take for this playthrough, regardless of how comfortable or uncomfortable it is. Because I know there was more to find. There was absolutely more to be found. But we did valuable things. Because we saved the land of the widow Attilia and gave her an ability to control her destiny, her future, prevented her from being scammed. And I'm certain that is going to have an impact if we're returning to Tassing here 7 years later. Because if we hadn't done that, she likely would have lost her land. And I think that her existing here and being able to rent out to the family that was, the farmers that were our hosts, will hopefully give them a solution outside of, we weren't able to help with their taxes, but maybe this will give them another way. Father Gernot panicked and accused my friend, Brother Piero, of committing the crime. I helped convince the investigating archdeacon that another monk was responsible, Prior Ferenc. He was executed for the crime. You got someone killed? Yes. I had no idea you were involved in something so exciting. Why didn't you mention it before? Well, I suppose it must have been a hard situation about it if the abbot is still this mad at you. I had to make some difficult choices. Maybe they were the wrong ones. I had to live with that. Why did we come here if you're not welcome? I wanted to pay my respects to Brother Piero. And to be honest, I'm not looking forward to returning to Nuremberg. This commission, it's an obscene vanity piece under the pretext of a religious scene. My patrons just want to celebrate themselves and their wealth. I dread each new commission more than the last. Every step I take toward home is agonizing. But Master, you're famous and rich. Your work is wonderful. When I saw your altarpiece in Nuremberg, I begged my father to help me become your apprentice. I don't understand how you could accomplish all that you have and be unhappy. I know, it must be hard to believe. I was once very much like you. I wanted this life so much that it consumed my every waking thought. I don't know if I've changed or what I wanted was never really real. Maybe I've been a fool this whole time. I want life as an artist to be better for you, Caspar. Learn from my mistakes, all right? Yes, Master Andreas. Well, come, let's visit my old friend Klaus. It's been too long.
As you like, Master Andreas.
Okay, so we've gotten the quick save. I'm going to quit out here. Yep, saved 4 seconds ago. Good, cool. So I think I'm not sure when exactly I will be returning to this, but we will certainly be returning to this. It'll probably be a couple of days so that I can make sure my voice is adequately recovered. So my guess is that we'll be back on this on Thursday or Friday. And my voice doesn't necessarily sound like it's super gone right now, but I can feel it. It feels very difficult. When it occurred to me that I should use somewhat of a gravelly, hoarse, damaged voice to voice Smokey, it came very naturally because I'm like, oh, all I have to do is just kind of like exercise the part of my throat that is in pain right now. And that seems to be able to work. I can bring out a damaged voice on the spot because part of my that hurts. So that's that.